going to be very, very, very important. So I urge you all to take a pledge to spread the awareness regarding participative democracy and also participate in this process of democracy and spread as much awareness as possible. And I guess that's about it. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. That was short and very inspiring and provocating. While I wait for your questions, whether audience ready with questions? Okay. So while I request organizers to move the mic around to have the questions, but until then, I have a couple of questions being the moderator of this session to Dr. Arvind Chinchureji. Again, I would like to draw his attention to what I quoted in while setting the context, what Babasaheb Ambedkar said. The true democracy, the political democracy cannot last unless there lies the base of social democracy. What he means by, again, Babasaheb Ambedkar go on explaining what does he mean by social democracy. He says it means the way of life which recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity as the principles of life. Sir, any thoughts for us to uphold the spirit of social democracy in the country?
So this is my belief and my understanding about social democracy. As we heard that being democratic has been part of our life, it's a way of life. I mean, I think in the last 30 minutes or 40 minutes, we heard so many references from many different texts and many different eras. Is that we are unmasking and we are unleashing or we are uncovering that original genes of India. And it's a process. You cannot do this. When I say there is an ecosystem, what ecosystems are trying to do, I say sometimes catalyst, they are acting like genetic engineers. You know, they are saying, boss, you have such a civilization, you have such a, natural DNA. Why we are acting like this? So it is a journey. I think even if I look at in the Western world, I mean, I can give some examples. When there is a scarcity, of power, resources, believe me, where their democracy goes, they are like any other, they are fighting, they break the rules and so on. So that's what the phase as a nation we have gone through in the last few hundred years. And now we are changing that. And now if I look at this youth, they don't have that baggage, right? They don't have. They say that, okay, all of us are equal. Even in the context of villages, if they see something, they say, this is not fair. We should not be doing. They are teaching elders, they're teaching their parents and so on. I think we are going through this change, we are going through this process, but this youth, this empowered youth, educated, learned, well-informed youth will bring that change. Just wait for another maybe decade or so. I think this problem will not. We will have the liberty. Doesn't matter which section of the society.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to know this from Amit, because I know Amit works with youth a lot. I really like your work and admire the the effort you are putting to bring change by involving youth. Also my concern is while we can be proud about our demographic dividend, like the recent statistics which I quoted, which is about youth participation in governance, youth participation in civic engagement, is very dismal. While I also work with youth, trying to involve them in policies, in governance, etc. What is your suggestions in terms of how to encourage more and more youth to make them socially responsible and engaged?
Sir, I believe that academically it has to be inculcated, because just to quote an example, in engineering colleges there is something called as AICTE points. So it is an academic requirement for them to participate in social causes or work with some NGO and get a certificate which will earn them some points academically. So we can see a lot of engineering students participating in a lot of social causes. So I think similarly it has to be introduced to other departments as well. So this is one way of getting youth to involve themselves in social causes and also to work towards a society. I somewhere feel that until and unless there is no incentive, you can't really push somebody to do something. So I think to involve youth, I think academically it has to be induced. That's my take.
I think with the new education policy, we are approaching towards that. We are giving a lot of importance for all these social engagements in the education policy. Yeah, with this, I would like to open the floor for audience questions.
Okay, we already have the volunteers, so volunteers requested to please help with the mic. And I request whoever is asking the question, kindly mention your name and then your question.
I'm Amrit Chandarana. I'm a chartered accountant from Telangana. Yeah. So my question is, like, when all the speakers, eminent speakers, were talking about things which we had in the past, like how this democracy has evaluated from the earlier periods. So is it not important for us to say to the youth, like, what we had in the past? Because when the time is moving, we are like forgetting things, because not many of the children today, they know about how this thing has been evaluated. Like, what were the previous, like Madam was talking about the Vishnu Sena, Charter of Vishnu Sena. So very few people know about it. I being in my 40s, I am hearing it for the first time. So is it not important to inculcate our history in the education as well as the entrepreneur things that we are doing today?
Yeah, I'll start that. It's very important. Again, I look up to the new education policy. Why I say that? That is one thing very historic. After a lot of time, we are trying to kind of understand what is the country really needs. And it talks about informing the India and Indianness. It's more of a suggestion. Your question is more of a suggestion. I think already the policy decisions have been taken. And look at this entire session itself. It's to appreciate why should we look up to the India for democracy rather than thinking that it has come from Greece or it has come from other, the so-called, the oldest democracies. Actually, we are the ancient democracy in that way. I think these are all the various efforts being done to answer your questions in different forms.
So just to answer, big yes. There is no doubt, none of us will doubt. But the difference in what has happened in the recent time is you have been empowered. We don't need just the policies or textbooks or some other medium to communicate. I think all of us, as we learn, we have been empowered. Now we have a powerful communication tool. Just keep sharing that and it will go viral. So the power is with us to make that communication. It's not necessary that every time government has to do it or some organization has to do it. It's with us. Let's do it.
I strongly recommend our youth to go through a book called, the same title is there, India is Mother of Democracy. It's an edited book. it's wonderfully captured the history and democracy, the evolution of democracy in India itself.
Respected sir, I am Chetan Jadhav from Burhanpur, Madhya Pradesh. Sir, my question is, election is the largest festival of Indian democracy. But why Election Commission of India not fix set of value of election? अगर कोई व्यक्ति सांसद बनना चाहता है तो वो व्यक्ति करोड़ या लाखों रुपए इलेक्शन में खर्च कर सकता है, लेकिन वही दूसरी ओर एक यूथ जो इलेक्शन लड़ना चाहता है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया क्यों एक फिक्स अमाउंट फिक्स नहीं करती कि इतनी समय सीमा तक इलेक्शन में अमाउंट खर्च किया जाएगा? आखिर इसको खर्चीला क्यों बनाया जा रहा है? आखिर जो अंत्योदय हम बोलते हैं, समाज की अंतिम पंक्ति में खड़े व्यक्ति का उदय हो, तो अंतिम पंक्ति समाज को रिप्रेजेंट करना चाहता है, पीपल्स की प्रॉब्लम को सोल्यूशन करना चाहता है, तो उसको क्यों नहीं मौका मिलता है? क्यों इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया एक अमाउंट फिक्स सेट नहीं करता है? थैंक यू सर.
I think the Election Commission already has a certain amount fixed, which the candidate cannot spend over that. But it is difficult to monitor. Few things happen under the, sorry, I don't think it's the right podium to discuss this, but few things cannot be monitored. But there are rules, there is a law. But how effectively that is being implemented, that has to be questioned.
I'm a physicist, by the way. I'm not a democracy expert, but I'm just sharing as a citizen. See, आप कह रहे थे कि समाज है. ये समाज क्या है? कौन है समाज? हम सब लोग हैं उसमें. जब समाज अवेयर होता है, समाज दिखाई एग्जाम्पल्स क्रिएट करता है, हम क्यों ना एग्जाम्पल्स क्रिएट करें? क्यों ना हम एक कैंडिडेट है, उसका इनकम कुछ भी नहीं है, और उसको हम इलेक्ट करें? कौन स्टॉप करता है? आप मेरे और आपके साथ वो पावर है ना, वो कोई दूसरे के पास पावर नहीं है. तो जब हम समाज, जब तक हम चेंज नहीं हो जाएंगे, जब तक वी डोंट चेंज, वी कैनॉट से दैट ओ दिस इज गोइंग रॉन्ग. जब समाज एग्जाम्पल्स क्रिएट करेगा, nation will change. So though I'm saying, I'm just as a citizen, I'm sharing. So we have equal, I think what you said, it's a participatory, what you said, we have to play the game, right? We have to be, if as a samaj, as a community, as a person, if I'm indifferent, these things will keep happening. We will have something else on this thing. Let's be aware. So you are the youth who are going to make that change happen, and I'm sure you will make that change happen. You will elect people who doesn't have the money, or it is not just purely because of the money.
Definitely. It's all about you be the change, you take the initiative, and the world will follow you.
Excuse me,
I
sir?
would request all the students and everybody who's asking questions once again to please mention your name before you ask your question, and also one best question will be awarded today. So bring it on.
Good morning, sir. Here. My name is Aparna Shrivastava and I'm from Banasthali Vidyapeeth, NSS volunteer, team Rajasthan. So sir, as we were talking about in prehistory, like republic was there, democracy was there, but at a time, sir, democracy, it demolished, sir. So now, sir, I want to ask, like, don't you think that democracy at a point causes instability, sir, internationally as well as domestically, sir? When the politician changes, when the government changes, sir, it causes instability in the country, sir. Like all the schemes, this changes suddenly, sir. So what is your viewpoint on this, sir?
Thank you, Aparna ji.
Thank you so much.
That was really kind of a thought-provoking question. But I would like to answer this by quoting Ronald Reagan, actually, the former the US president. He says, democracy is worth dying for because it is the most deeply honorable form of government ever devised by man, or in other words, humankind. Because there is no alternative to democracy. If there is any alternative we can think of, all the autocracy or whatever different forms of government, being it is kingdom, have histories in front of us to show and say how it is not kind of a sustainable concept. And it took so many years for us to bring in the democracy, constitution, make it like resurface it in at least in our country. The 300 years of rule somehow kind of suppressed the democracy and democratic institutions, and it took so much of effort, so much of tyaga by various people, sacrifice by various people to bring this freedom and democracy. I think we should try to make it more stabilized, I think, and that is where it can happen by informed citizens, informed choices. Actually, we should, all youth should participate. Like Yadavji said, that's a festival of democracy. In that festival, we should always take part without thinking about vacations or going out, to elect most, or more good candidate actually, good, best amongst available, and ensure the stability. Thank you. It's in our hand.
Just to add on to that, see, in case of democracy, the power is in the hands of the people. At the end of every 5 years, you'll get the opportunity to decide whether what the previous government did was right or wrong, and you can vote accordingly. Now, the opposite to democracy is autocracy or communism. We are seeing what is, so we are basically we're seeing what is going on in North Korea and China. So comparatively, democracy, at least you have the power to elect whomever you want, and you can seek accountability. So I certainly believe that democracy is a far better option. Just that we need more awareness. We need more aware citizens.
Please pay attention here, and only if you use mic will be able to hear, understand. Not only we, it's an entire audience here.
Dr. Baswara, just a minute. Excuse me, sir. Students, 1 minute, please hold on. Guys, after he finishes, hands raise Madi. We have time for 3 more questions. At random, please give the cordless mic to 3. Mega will choose who the 3 is, and we will close with the best. Thank you.
Sir, but don't you think there are countries which are not following democracy, still they are much more developed, and as compared to India or other democratic countries, sir, for example, Qatar or any Middle Eastern countries?
What is the indicator for development? It all depends on that. If you think indicator of development is all about big buildings, excellent roads, and women not being given the vote to, even authority or right to drive or do whatever her choice is. If that is the indicator for development, yes, we can accept those are all the much developed countries without democracy. It all depends on the parameters of development.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So, can we please pass the mic to this person? Yes. The one in blue. Behind.
Good morning.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
You already have the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can continue, no problem. But please mention your name.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Anup De. I came from the Lord Jagannath's land from Odisha. So, first of all, I want to thank you, the management and the government of India, for this, the huge, like the event and the management. So, my question is, ma'am and sir, that कि जैसे हम लोग अभी हम लोग 130 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन है, तो बहुत टाइम क्या होता है कि हमें अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स ही नहीं पता है. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की हम बात कर रहे हैं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की, तो हमें अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स ही नहीं पता है कि हमें कितने मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारे, कौन सा हमारी ड्यूटी है, कौन सा हमारे पास अधिकार है. जैसे अगर हम किसी कानूनी कुछ प्रक्रिया में हम फंस जाते हैं, जैसे बहुत अब पुलिस के साथ हमारा इंटरेक्शन हो जाता है, हमें पता ही नहीं कि हम उससे कैसे निकल सकते हैं, हमारे पास क्या हक है, हम उसके लिए कैसे स्टैंड कर सकते हैं. तो इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट को कुछ अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारा एक ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन है 130 करोड़ का, तो हमें उसके लिए भी कुछ करना चाहिए. गवर्नमेंट को अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना चाहिए, कुछ मोरल ड्यूटीज और कुछ जैसे कुछ अगर द नॉर्मल पीपल अगर कुछ फंस जाता है, क्योंकि कुछ जो एजुकेटेड पीपल है वो तो जानते हैं हर चीज़, लेकिन नॉर्मल पीपल को उनको इतना एजुकेशन ही नहीं है उसके लिए. एंड माई सेकेंड क्वेश्चन इज, जैसे कि मैम ने भी बताया कि हमारा 66% हमारा वोटिंग परसेंटेज है, और हम अभी मैं भी पढ़ रहा था कुछ दिन पहले कि जैसे हमारा जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड द इलेक्शन कमीशन अभी ई वोटिंग के ऊपर भी सोच रही है कि जो 33% लेफ्ट हो गए हैं उनको कैसे हम फिर से अलाइन करें कि वो भी वोटिंग के ऊपर फोकस करें. तो लेकिन क्या सर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये नहीं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि हम सिटीज पे भी ज़्यादा फोकस करें, क्योंकि विलेज तो पहले से ही वोटिंग परसेंट उनका ज़्यादा है, सिटीज पे उनको फोकस करना चाहिए. थैंक यू.
That was more like a verdict.
See, it's like, yes, आपका question जो था first reasons को awareness चाहिए. I will give an example. I was once in Gujarat. There was a police station. In front of a police station, there is a huge hoarding. And वो hoarding पे, what are our rights? But the rights के साथ obligations भी आते हैं. We are not talking about obligations. But what are the rights of a citizen right in front of the police station? I think that kind of a thing will really make a big difference. Second question was...
It's more on e-voting, whether an election commission
I'm
is
not an
focusing
expert.
on.
I think somebody can talk about this. Yeah.
As I understand, it's only a progressive thinking by Election Commission of India. It is not the only way to cast your franchise, vote your vote. They are saying we will also give an opportunity for e-voting. That doesn't mean that the villagers will only have to cast their vote through e-platform. There will be a regular process will be conducted, but it's an extra effort by the commission probably to ensure everybody votes.
Thank you, sir. Can we please pass the mic that side?
Sir,
The
a pleasant
girl
morning,
in-
sir. This is R. Gurushankar Ajay from Andhra Pradesh, sir. JNTU, Kakinada.
May I interrupt, please?
Yep,
Whoever
ma'am.
has the mic, we have only 2 more questions that
Yes,
can be chosen.
Ma'am,
So
I-
please be on point and please keep your questions
Yes,
short.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sir, my question is, sir, as we know that entrepreneurship plays a vital role in the growth of a nation, sir. As we see throughout the world, we have seen youngest entrepreneurs at the age of 12 and 13 to 14 also, sir. But in India, even the students in the schools, very few students are known the meaning of an entrepreneur, sir. The mindset of an entrepreneur should be developed from the young age, sir. I wish the government take steps to develop that mindset from the schooling, sir, so that the students will get that mindset, sir, so that the entrepreneurs will become, sir.
So since this is my space and this is what I do, you're absolutely right. I think as youth, you should know what entrepreneurship is, and you should be educated and even supported and nurtured to become an entrepreneur. As a Deshpande Foundation, we work with several colleges, and this year, you may not believe, we have touched more than 10,000 students, creating awareness. Then we have something called boot camp. We bring the students to this boot camp so that they can become creative and problem solver. And then we have a launch pad. If you are interested, on 3rd of February in Hubbali, you will see a celebration of entrepreneurs who are student entrepreneurs, and some of the best entrepreneurs from India, they are coming here. So the foundations like us, they are working, but I think this should be a kind of a common practice everywhere. New education policy talks about it. There are innovation councils now. I think slowly we are going to embed entrepreneurship as a part of a curriculum. In fact, institutions' ranking is based on certain parameters that relates to innovation, intellectual property, and entrepreneurship. That is particularly how many startups, how many products, how many solutions that you have developed. So, but we need to do more. I agree.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so
Guru,
much.
Thank you, sir.
Guru, just to add,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
that is your suggestion should for the response is yes. But if you ask them to define entrepreneurship, the children may not say. But if you ask them to perform the role, they would do it. We do something called Makkala Sante, children's shandy, children's market, wherein children beautifully organize their stalls, their market in the government schools.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir,
Only thing is we'll have to facilitate.
government is providing number of schemes for entrepreneurship, sir. But the thing is, awareness is missing, I think, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I would also like to mention we have another session coming in. You can ask your entrepreneur-related questions that time as well. So we'll take up the last question. May I request the girl?
Ma'am.
Sir, I think we'll take one question here. The girl behind, no, the red.
Ma'am, we have a
dress
question
girl.
here.
Yes, please. That will be the last question for today. I'm really sorry, guys.
Hello. Hello, sir. We have a question here.
So,
Ma'am.
thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Gandhada Gudige.
My name is AKS Varshita, studying second BA from SKSD, Tanuku, Andhra Pradesh team. So, my question is...
Name again?
Varshita, sir. AKS Varshita.
Okay. Please go ahead.
The two basic foundations of any country development is One is medicine and another is education. There are two major problems, is that only? Two major developments, is that only? If we get medicine for free, it means the development of medicine is, if we get it for low cost, no one will die. It means all will set, sir. Human Development Rate Index will set. It means India rank in Human Development Index will also raise. As well as, including this, many rates at the rate in world platform.
Can you please ask the question?
Sorry, sir. So, why government can't provide medicine and education for free, sir?
Wonderful.
It means, sorry,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Just to ask that and answer that directly, education is a right in India now. The primary up to secondary, primary education up to 8th standard, Right to Education Act is there. It is free and compulsory in India. Number one, government is now bound to provide free and compulsory education if you go to government institutions. Number one. Second, coming to health. Of course, this was the demand from all the developmental activists and practitioners. Now we have Ayushman Bharat scheme in India. Health and wellness centers are available for every 5,000 population, providing 14 different services free of cost at the sub-center level. Number two, universal health card is being taken as drive has started in the entire country, wherein person having that card can go to any state, any public health infrastructure and take a free treatment. That's happening. Thank you.
Okay, sir,
Thank you so much.
Hello,
Thank you
hello.
everybody
Hello,
who
sir.
has asked
Ma'am,
the question.
I have a question here.
So we are,
I have a question.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to
Hello.
take a break here. We can continue the questions again later. Meanwhile,
Hello,
we
ma'am,
request
ma'am.
everybody.
A question from the
Just I have
balcony,
a small
please.
question.
Hello,
We
ma'am.
have to take a break because we have the next session.
Chair's prerogative, I'll take the last one question, please.
Done, sir.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir. I'm Sairaj Faldesai from state of Goa.
Please, name, please.
Sairaj Faldesai. from
Sairaj.
Goa. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Sairaj.
So I'm a media student, and right now in recent years and recent news, you must have heard that industrialists are getting involved in media, taking control of media industries. As you know, the media influences the mass in a very vast way. So what do you have to say about that? Like, industrialists are getting involved in the field in which they are not used to. And also, why not the school systems are teaching the students about the media and its ethics? Because media controls the mind, if you go to see. And these days, the media is not showing things
yeah.
which they are supposed to.
Okay. Any answer?
There is a freedom of profession. And also, industrialists getting involved in media, it is an investment they are making. You cannot stop somebody from making an investment, first thing. And second thing, these days, it is not only media that is in the mainstream. Social media has taken over. So even if you control media, social media is still with them. So influence, if you are ready to get influenced, people will influence you. So we need to spread awareness as to how to not get influenced and how to how to grasp the right sort of information. That is most important.
hello, ma'am. I have a
Amit,
question.
answer. Sorry, you have to
Thank you so
excuse.
much.
And
Hello.
finally, Sairaj, you as a media student, you know, I think there is a paper about ethics, journalism ethics in the journalism school. See, we can't bring every subject at the primary and elementary education level. Those who choose that profession, if they follow, they practice the ethics, that is, I think, wonderful.
But then we can just have some conference or something like that for students, for school level students, so that they can get something to learn about it.
Hello.
Thank you everybody.
Hello,
I request the
ma'am.
volunteers to
Ma'am, here.
please take the mic.
Hello,
I request the volunteers to please
Hello,
take
ma'am.
the mic.
ma'am. A question from balcony here.
So we can continue it later. We're supposed to take
Last
a break.
question, it will summarize the entire
last
event.
question is already chosen by our panel members. I'm sorry to break you all here. But yes, can we have a huge round of applause for our speakers and the panel members and moderator, Dr. Basavaraju sir as well. And meanwhile, they decide the best question of the session. I would request Samantha to please present the memento to Dr. Arvind Chinchure. Can we have the memento for our speaker, Dr. Arvind Chinchure, please? And I request everybody to please put a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. I request Mr. Naresh to please present the memento to Mr. Amit Amarnath. And I request Ms. Yashaswini to please come on the stage and present a memento to our moderator, our panel member, Dr. Basavaraju sir. So huge round of applause for everybody on stage. I would also like to make another announcement, guys, that we are taking a break of only 15 minutes as we are back for the next session, and we have few more speakers to join us, few more eminent personalities to join us. And let me also make an announcement. We have Mr. Tejasvi Prakash also joining us very soon. So I request the panel members now to choose one best question, as we have a special gift or prize for them.
Okay. Before I announce the best question of the day, of this particular session, I would like to quote Swami Vivekananda, because in his name we are doing this entire youth festival. And what he said about democracy, and I read it, he says, this is the true democracy. It is the socialist idea, the development of the masses, not the individual. I think that answers many of our questions, why democracy is the only option in front of us, and all of us as future of this country should take an active participation in civic engagement and democratic processes. Thank you so much. And the best question recognition goes to Aparna from Onastali.
Aparna, please come on the stage. We shall be announcing 6 names who are getting bans also from us 6 good questions.
It's Ambarish, Chetan Yadav, Anup De, Gunashankar, Varshita, and Sairaj. Please come.
Can we have the sound coming in? Can we have the claps coming in for everybody who has been a part of this session, the first session? So we have special bans for people who have asked questions.
One second. Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, right? Who's she? Chief Secretary, Government. You're calling her on stage, right? No. And then,
Thank you so much. Once again, a huge round of applause for our speakers and also moderator. Meanwhile, I would also like to welcome Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Additional Chief Secretary, who has just joined us today here in this auditorium. So let's put a huge round of applause and welcome Madam as well. And we also welcome Mr. Mishra as well. With this, I announce a break of 15 minutes and I request all of you to please gather back exactly after 15 minutes as we are continuing with the next session. Thank you, everyone. It's a tea break organized outside. Please be back exactly after 15 minutes. We are continuing with the next session. Thank you.
Hello, NSS program officers, please listen. Your right side, program officers. Your right side, TA bill is taking, NSS office is there. TA bill.
सभी प्रोग्राम ऑफिसर्स और वॉलंटियर से मेरा आग्रह है कि केवल 10 मिनट के अंदर पुनः अपने हॉल में अपनी अपनी सीटिंग पर बैठेंगे। आज के बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण स्पीकर युवाओं के हृदय के सम्राट तेजस्वी जी हमारे मध्य होंगे और उनके विचार आपको आपके सवालों के जवाब देने के लिए पर्याप्त होंगे, जो सवाल आप डेमोक्रेसी के विषय में आप पूछ रहे थे।
So we took up a challenge and said, let us find the most unemployable persons on the face of this earth, right? And we defined those people as, of course, young people as 18 years of age, who has never been to school, never held a pencil in their lives, has never even seen a train. So we said, if this person has seen a train, he is not as ignorant as you should be. And of course, this person should be staying in a village, so on and so forth. We went around several villages in Karnataka those days, found hundreds and thousands of people who fit our criteria. Many villages were suspicious. You know, in those days, many of you may not have been born, but we were mistaken to be kidney harvesters. They said, you'll take young people from villages, you'll strip away their kidneys and send them back. So in a few villages, they were almost ready to give police complaint on us, thinking that because we are giving a story to say, give me your most unemployable person and we will transform them to be English-speaking, computer-literate, knowledge professionals. But finally, we found 8 youth, 6 boys, 2 girls who took the challenge up with us. One of them is a person called Ramesh Ballid. Ramesh used to live in a village in Kotigudda, near Raichur, 60 kilometers from Raichur, and he fits every criteria I spoke about. Family of 10 brothers, sisters, 2 parents. They live on a 2-acre land, and the total family earns about 3,000 rupees a month, right? So none of them had ever been to school, ever held a pencil in their lives. And when we went and told Ramesh that, can you come to training? He said, I will, but he didn't know anything. In fact, I'll play the first video. It took us 2 hours to convince Ramesh to stand in front of a video camera then. Let's see if this plays. Okay, so let's hope the next video plays. Maybe you can stop it. So you get the picture. Ramesh is only speaking in Kannada. He's not even able to string a sentence in Kannada. All he said in that 1 minute was, my father's name is this, my mother's name is this, and my brothers, sisters are so and so. He was shivering. It took us, as I said, several hours. We never knew we'll play this video, so we actually shot it on a very bad video cam. But we got 6 of them and 8 of them to come to a house in Bangalore. We hired a BPO trainer and told the trainer, teach them English. This guy vanishes at lunchtime. He says, I can't even communicate with them, forget English, I can't even communicate in Kannada. So my friends actually started living with these 8 people and started to figure out what will build them confidence. So rather than English, we started working on confidence, their own self-esteem and self-belief. And what happened at the end of 6 months changed my life, because this is the same Ramesh after 6 months. If you can play the next video, hope it works, but you'll see a different Ramesh there.
When I was in my village, I did not know how to write even my name in Kannada. In my village, I always wore dhoti. I never traveled on the bus. I did not know what's the time and what's the watch. I knew only 2 things, go to farm or sunrise, came back home or sunset. I had never visited a city. I did not know about city life. When I first came to Bangalore, I could not speak to anyone. And I also scared to touch a computer. When I started to learn in English, I was so scared because I did not know how to write ABCD. After the 7 months, I can type minimum at 40 words per minute. A month ago, I went to my village for my brother's wedding. My mother told me, please sir, come and have a seat. She did not recognize me. She asked, who are you? I told her, I am Ramesh, your son. As she didn't believe. Then I showed my ID card on which earlier photo was there. She looked at the photo for a while and hugged. And after every moment she cried with the tears of happiness. I never can forget that experience. Thank you.
I still get goosebumps when you can shut it off. I still get goosebumps when I hear this, because when I first met Ramesh after the transformation, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was saying, you're not the same guy. That's what he goes on to say. His mother didn't recognize him when he went back home after 8 months. In fact, it's not training, it's transformation, and we call it transformation because once you transform, you can never be the same person again, right? So you can see Ramesh 4 years later, if you play the next video, for a few seconds, we won the CNN IBN Real Heroes Award for this. And Ramesh receiving this award on national stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 4 years ago, I had never thought of getting out of my village. Today, I am on national TV. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. 4 years ago, I didn't know how to write my name in any language. Today, I'm working in a BPO company as a team leader. My dream is to give an opportunity to all the villagers like me.
Ramesh did go back to his village. Today he's one of the most sought after motivational speakers in North Karnataka. He goes to schools, colleges, talks about his life, about his journey, and trains them on how to feel confident. So what I've come to believe, and maybe the last video, two of his batchmates from the same thing were on a show called Aaj Ki Raat Hai Zindagi. Just play that.
उसका नाम है हेड हेल्ड हाई और इस संस्था से सीखे हुए कुछ स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पर हमारे पास हैं
मिस्टर मेघराज मंत्री आउट हियर जोरदार तालियां फॉर मिस्टर मेघराज मंत्री
Before joining Head Held High, I was a grazing buffalo in the village and working in a farm and not knowing anything. Even I don't know how to write my name in any language. I never tie a watch. I never know what is the watch and time. I only know two things, sunrise and sunset. Going in the morning, coming in the evening.
So that's what I want to leave with you before I end is that this is the power that resides in each one of us. Head Held High today, fortunate that we are in about 100 districts. We've touched about 25,000 youth like Ramesh, Meghraj, Chandana, and in every youth we've seen the transformation. So I have come to believe 100% that there is infinite potential in each one of you. Each one of you can achieve whatever you can dream, right? But it begins with believing that. If you believe you can, you will, right? And the next half an hour, 45 minutes we have will be to kind of discuss what are the various things one can do in the future of work and innovation. But I wanted to set the context that if there is one thing that you can take away from the National Youth Festival is that each of you have infinite potential and there are infinite possibilities. And I can see the power of India right here in this room. I can be sure that each of you will go on to create 100,000 jobs in your lifetime and you're going to change the face of India. And that's the wish I have for each one of you. With that, a huge round of applause to the youth power that exists in this room. And let me invite Vivek to share his perspectives and then we'll get into a conversation.
Good afternoon. You hear what Madan said, right? We have hundreds of students here, right? Good afternoon. Okay. So, first of all, very pleased to be here, seeing this energy and this festival. Thanks to the government for making this happen. I'll take up from what Madan said. So, he talked about confidence, jobs, and creating jobs. He talked about BPO jobs, he talked about entrepreneurship. So there are 3 steps in your career, and I'm going to share my life story taking these steps. First is basically having some job. Okay, it doesn't matter what job you take up. Okay, once you finish your education, have to have a job, because once you're in the job, you start improving your skills, employment skills. If you take a gap too long, you lose your learning also, and you lose your skills also. So first is take a job. Then a lot of you want to actually have kind of jobs which are in the office, high-tech jobs, working in kind of office, working in the multinational companies or Indian multinational companies or foreign multinational companies. So that's the second level. And there you have additional skills required. And then third is you become a job creator, like Madan was talking about. You become entrepreneur and you create hundreds of jobs. I think that's the third step, which is entrepreneurship. And it requires different kind of skills. But all 3 of them require some basic common skills. Okay? And I'll talk about that after my story. And then we need 1 or 2 skills extra for the next level. So first of all, let me start with my life story in a very nutshell. It will take longer time, but I'll try to finish in 5 minutes. So I was doing my engineering final year in Pune, engineering college, and I was outstanding student of the class. Means always standing outside the class, that's why outstanding. Okay. 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 And when those outstanding students don't get good percentage, and I was like that. So I got a job, campus job, in Optonica TV, which is Sharp TV, partnering with Kalyani. Requirement was first class in the final year. And I didn't have first class till then. So I said, okay, last year I had to get first class. My percentage was 58% till that time. I said, 2% chahiye. Kya chahiye? 2% chahiye. So I left my hostel, went into a paying guest, so that friends are not allowed. I am not allowed outside after 9 o'clock. I said, okay, I'll study, get a first class, and have my job. I did that for the last semester, because every semester I used to say, after the exam is over, I'm sure many of you relate to that. After exam is over, I used to say, hey, without doing so much study, I could do good in the exam. Next semester onwards, I'll study from the beginning. How many said that? Okay, many of you, right? Every end of semester exam, I used to say, next semester, I'll study from beginning. It didn't happen, but this time I didn't have a choice. Job was important. I studied hard, did everything that I could do, and my marks came out. I had 2% change, but 2% lower. I got 56% instead of 60%. Okay? And why I'm sharing this, because when I'm standing on the platform, I've accomplished things, but I was a failure for that point, right? I lost my job. 3 months I was without job. I was the only student from my class who did not have a job. Okay? But that didn't dishearten me so much. I got panicked in the first few days, was depressed, but with the support of family, I started looking for a job. 3 months later, I got a job in Videocon. 2 years later, 6 months later, I got promoted in job because I was working very hard, because I learned a lesson. That outstanding student doesn't make you a good job, right? So I said I should be standing inside the company working hard. So I didn't have any vacation for close to 6 months. On the weekend vacation, I used to kind of plan for the next week. I got promoted to the assistant production manager in Videocon. I was managing a plant after 2 years of around 250 engineers in Ahmednagar. And then I met an accident. So I can't turn my hand like this. This is the maximum I can do. I can't close hand because there are lots of fractures here. I was in the bed for 1.5 months. Got accident here, but dimag mein farak aa gaya. I realized that without study, if I can become production manager in one of the plant in Videocon, if I study with interest, I can do much better. Then I decided to leave the job, go for a lecturership, studied for IIT, went to IIT Kharagpur. I got a ranking of around 98th percentile. I went to IIT Kharagpur. Passed out for IIT, joined Texas Instruments. So that was my second job. That is a corporate job, multinational job. So first time when I took a job, I knew how to solve the problem. But I didn't know how to use technology to solve the problem. I didn't know how to actually innovate, how to create new ideas. So after a Videocon experience, when I went to IIT, I learned those skills of innovation. My project was awarded #1 project in IIT that time. I was a gold medalist from my batch from IIT Kharagpur. So accident didn't change my muscles here, right? My brain neurons. Only hand got fractured, but brain got focused. So all of you here, if I can achieve what I achieved, I think each one of you can achieve bigger if you focus on your goal. Figure out what that goal you want to be. And once you focus on the goal, I'm sure each one of you will be successful and achieve that success. So went to Texas Instruments, was in Bangalore for a few years, got promoted to US. I was in US for a few years with family, and one day head got crazy. I wanted to come back to India, do something. I didn't know what something, but something for India. Came back in 2005 in Bangalore and started a company called Sankalp Semiconductor, and then moved the company to Hubbali, of all the places. To cut the story short, came to Hubbali. It was the only high-tech company that time in a semiconductor, wanting to go out of Bangalore. We went to Hubbali, came into college campus with 25 engineers. Goal was to become 250 engineers because biggest analog chip design company that time was Portuguese company called Chip Idea. So we said we want to go 250 engineers in our lifetime. By 2007, 10, 11, we got Red Herring Award for Asia, top 100 companies in Asia. In 2013, we got Red Herring Award in top 100 companies in the world. And we were the only semiconductor company from India ever to get that award. And by 2018, luckily, we are not just 250, but we are 1,000 people company from tier 2 city and Hubbali being head office. And thanks to ecosystem of Hubbali-Dharwad. So it is not because of me. Despite me, I would say a lot of leadership team was there. There's support from Gururaj Deshpande, my mentors, KLE Tech supporting me, TAI supporting here, ecosystem is there. So if a semiconductor company can become #1 in the world, we were at one time biggest chip design services companies in the independent companies in the world in 2018 and 2021. So now it has got acquired by HCL. So I moved from it's a Sankalp to Deshpande Foundation as the CEO of Deshpande Foundation to see how we can impact India in a big way. So this is a story, right? So I'll kind of talk to you about what skills are required, basic skills, right? If you want to have any job, first thing required is communication skills. And Madan gave a beautiful example of how a person who could not communicate in English, Kannada, could actually transform to communication in English, can actually be a national level hero, right? So that is possible for each one of you. But communication skills is important. And as he said, it is not about English speaking. It is about confidence building. Once you have confidence, communication comes naturally. So build your confidence by believing in yourself and believing that people like me or worse than me have achieved great success, so I can do it, and tell that in the morning every day, that people who are worse than me have achieved great success, I can achieve, and I need to believe in myself. So once you start believing in yourself, start talking to strangers every day, few minutes, and I'm sure the communication will improve along with confidence. That's the first communication skill. Second skill required for you to job is problem-solving skills. You are not here to do what is told to you. If you do that, you are a robot. Our computers can do that for you. You have to do what is told to you, but you will come across problems. And your ability as human, using your brain, intellectual capabilities to solve the problem and taking it forward, that will be your second critical skills that you need to have. So problem-solving skills, how do you do that? In your family, in the office, school, in the college, in the society, problems are there. Pick up those problems and see how I can solve that. Take up one at a time. Don't take a problem which will take 10 years to solve. First time, take a problem which is 10 minutes to solve. We'll be talking to somebody, explaining somebody, doing something. Maybe then 1 day, 2 days. So start increasing your muscle of problem solving by doing action on the ground, and it becomes your habit. It doesn't require intellectual capital. It requires only belief in yourself and you want to do it. So that's the second skill, I would say. There are other skills. The third one, I think the hero in the computer talked about it, right? In the video. You have to have computer skills. Ability to type, like in Deshpande Foundation. So I'll give you an example of how do you do that, right? So Madan talked about 25% employability for the engineering students across India. For BA, BSc, BCom students, it is less than 10%. Okay. Deshpande Foundation has a skilling course. Deshpande skilling course, we have a biggest center in whole of India, residential skilling center with 300,000 square foot in Hubbali. We take students who are BA, BCom, BSc, BCA, all these students who have not got jobs. They come to foundation for 3 months. After 3 months, they learn confidence, communication skills, computer skills, some kind of reasoning and aptitude, and some kind of, I would say, problem solving skills. And at the end, they get kind of placed in TCS, Infosys and other companies. And the placement ratio this year, earlier we used to have 75% ratio when I joined Deshpande Foundation. Last year it was 85%. This year, the placement is 97% of the students have got placed. And all these people were actually kind of jobless and from kind of government colleges, tier 2 colleges, taluka places. So you guys are much better. You can definitely be getting a much better jobs. Now what do you do after that basic placements? The next more important skill, ability to solve problems using technology. Okay. Technology is ubiquitous. It will be there across, everybody has to learn. Whether it's a doctor, engineer, or a labor. Why labor I'm saying? People are doing Swiggy, Zomato, delivery, right? Wonderful jobs. They take that job, but slowly they go up and become managers. So that job is not bad. Having that job is important. But they need to understand how to use app, how to use maps, how to use kind of correlation, how to define problem with the phone, in the Wi-Fi connection, Bluetooth connection, so that they are using technology to solve the problem. Basic technology. Slowly you have to advance, you have to use computer to solve the problem. And slowly you graduate. So ability to solve problem using technology, computer, as well as apps will be the next level. And third level will come innovation, which is critical thinking. Once you're able to solve any problem in the good companies, corporate companies, big Indian companies, then you are able to do innovation building on that. And if you are able to do that today, you directly jump into entrepreneurship. Because without innovation, entrepreneurship is not possible. And innovation doesn't mean you have to do a E equal to MC square equation. You don't have to do a rocket science. A simple innovation of doing, how do you do delivery much faster and much better itself becomes innovation, and you are able to do kind of a cloud entrepreneurship. Okay. So basic skills, communication skills, by practicing every day with the strangers. You can talk very well with your farmers, friends, right? You talk to your friends, your mouth has to be shut. Chit, chat, 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 chat goes on, right? Anybody stranger comes for an interview, you're dumbfounded, you don't know what to talk. Not because you're not capable, it's just confidence is not there. So you practice with strangers, you'll develop confidence, communication skills will improve, and your job employability improves. Start solving problems in day-to-day life. Don't look up to somebody else to solve your problems. Solve your problems, help solve others' problems, small, and keep amplifying problem-solving skills. Then use technology to solve the problem. And finally, start innovating. What does innovation means? Doing little better than what you're doing today. If you're taking 1 hour to go to the college, can I do it in 45 minutes? If I'm writing paper in 1 hour or application in 1 hour, can I do it in 45 minutes? So start stretching yourself and doing small innovation to improve your skills, your effectiveness, and I'm sure each one of you will be world-class if you want to be and if you believe in yourself. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to the government for giving this opportunity, and I'll take hand off to that.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening all the students about confidence, because with knowledge, what is important is communication skills and confidence as well. So now I welcome on stage Mr. Santosh Hulikopi, sir, the next speaker for this session. Can we have the NSS clap to welcome him, please?
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇಬ್ರು ದಿಗ್ಗಜರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಈಗ. ಕನ್ನಡ ನಡೀತದ? How many Kannada? Okay, I think switch to English and probably a little bit Hindi. Just in the interest, I was just checking. So this is the National Youth Festival. So it clearly shows that the whole nation is present today. Thanks to the entire team led by Shalini Madam, the whole team of Karnataka government, India government, all of them, that this event is possible here. Just to share my own story, I think Vivek mentioned, Madan mentioned, we all started with our own humble journey. Although I did my graduation from NIT Surathkal and worked as a graduate engineer on the shop floor at Bajaj Auto, and then we start our journey. And in fact, probably I was lucky to find an entrepreneurship journey way back in 1999. So when I started, everyone said Bangalore, because it was a technology-driven company which we wanted to start, said Bangalore is a place. Hyderabad was still not there. No other city was much there. But I was from Hubbali, so I was determined to start something in Hubbali. So my whole journey started from Hubbali, I can say, and I'm still in Hubbali. Although I had a long stint in US and other locations. I did a lot of ups and downs, you can say, and why I'm sharing this is, a lot of times, all the youth out here, they see the trajectory of the growth of a lot of successful or probably average even successful people and try to catch the trajectory at somewhere in the middle or the top. But we have to catch at where it starts. So you are all starting your journey in your graduation or probably completing your graduation. And my advice, and I'll also try to correlate with the story, because I am part of an organization called Fuel, which works nationally, internationally for the youth. We have touched more than 12 lakh youth, and out of that, majority on skill development. So with all that experience I'm speaking here, there are institutes where we get the campus recruitments, companies come, they take the process, like he was saying about assessments, then students get selected, and like the process goes on. There are campuses, and also in the within the campuses which gets recruitment also, students don't get the jobs. And companies don't visit these colleges. So what is that we have to do then? So when you take your biodata or a CV to a company, HR, then probably they keep asking this question, right? Like, what experience you come up with? And then the challenge starts, like, how do I show experience when I'm a fresher? So this problem I'm trying to say, because every youth is going through this, and the best thing to do is, while you are studying, put some internship into it, put some experience into it, work for a non-profit, work for a, like anything which will add value to your skill, your CV. Because when I ask, a student says, I have done my Bachelor of Arts, there are hundreds of them who have done a Bachelor of Arts. And if I have to give 5 people the job, then who are those 5 who stand out? All have done bachelors, probably some percentage here, there. But there may be a student who will match my skill, what I am looking at. Somebody spoke of communication. So communication may not be a subject as a bachelor's degree, but if you are able to communicate well, when in front of the interviewer, if they say, tell me in 1 minute what you are about. So all that skill kind of can be developed over a period of time, and that's the advice I want to give to youth, that you have to start this in your own journey early on. And my own experience, like I said, from India to US to everywhere, I think this has played an important role. And I keep telling the youth, very simple mantras. If you don't ask, answer is always no. Lot of people be shy, what will that person think? वो क्या सोचेगा? एक प्रश्न मैं करूँगा तो वो क्या मुझे उत्तर देगा? So from the time we are in the school, probably we are tuned to not ask questions. And like Vivek was telling, between the friends, we are the best in terms of communication. So there is a gap, and you have to ask. And I have tried this, I have tried everywhere, including when we had an opportunity to meet Prime Minister Modi, then, can I have a selfie, sir? So he said, yes, like if you don't ask, you don't get it. So I can give n number of examples where when we ask for a job, ask for help, ask for anything, then you kind of start getting solutions to your own journey. Otherwise, you think that the job will come to your door or somebody will knock your door, is not going to happen. And same thing, because I have been part of entrepreneurship journey for the last 20 plus years, I want to touch upon that. Apart from the jobs and the skills, is extremely important skill for an entrepreneur to just collaborate, network, communicate, because a lot of entrepreneurs are shy. They have the best ideas in the world, but they don't want to go and talk to customers. They don't want to go out and explore opportunities for funding, explore opportunities for various aspects which can lead to success. So I just want to divide here, saying that whether it is jobs, whether it is entrepreneurship, in your own career, because we do a lot of career services for youth, you have to stand out, you have to come out, you have to present yourself. If you are given 1 minute to introduce to Shalini madam, you should be quickly smart enough to say, so and so madam, is there an internship opportunity and I can take up? And I just heard from madam that internship is going to be made mandatory for all the youth of Karnataka, and in the coming budget you will listen, and I'm sure that will be a big game changer for state of Karnataka, and I'm sure madam, this will be across the nation that this model will be evolved. And no problem. So I took her secret, but the reason why we are sharing all this is, and why this youth festival, if you see the whole focus, including yesterday we heard the Prime Minister, is that if India has to become the developed economy we call, or touching 5 trillion to probably 10 trillion to beyond that, I am very sure the youth of today are the future, and I am very sure that each one of you have a role to play. Because if you just see, we are about $3.1 trillion, and if we are talking of, say, 3 times our growth, or X number of growth by, say, 2030, so much opportunities there. Probably in the last 50 years, you may not have seen opportunities. Those opportunities exist today. And we talked about gig economy, like people have a different job role today. You will see people earning money from YouTube, and making a career, which probably in 5 years down below, like when we started our journey, we wouldn't have been heard of that. So all this, I'm saying this, and we'll again discuss while Madan will take as a moderation, is that we are here today to share our experience, to share not the success part only, but also what failures we faced, and learn from that and see that you all can, enhance from this youth festival and also beyond in your own careers. With those few words, I would like to thank again for the opportunity given. And in my own journeys in the form of book, which I will share it probably in the link through the organizers here. So anyone interested, it's called Fuel Your Dreams, because that's how we try to share our own journey, because we can't cover it. It's almost 15, 20 years old journey. So thank you so much again, and I look forward for the more interactions.
Thank you so much, sir. ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಿ NSS clap once again for all the panel members, as now it is time for the panel discussion. Meanwhile, I would again announce the same procedure. Kindly be ready with your questions. Please keep it short and to the point. And also, once again, we will be choosing one best question, and that will be decided by the panel members. So can we have the panel discussion now, sir?
Thank you. And I think she deserves a round of applause for the wonderful moderation and energy she is bringing. So that's fascinating. We'll just do a quick 10-minute conversation. I'm very keen for the question answers. As both of you were saying, I think I was taking away one lesson that I want to amplify. Yeah, we'll get to the questions in 5-10 minutes. One of the things that I was reflecting on was that for all the Kannadigas here, this is one of my favorite songs of Dr. Rajkumar, which says, Agadu yandu kaikatti kulitare sagodu kelasavu munde. I don't know how many of you heard that song. Okay. Interestingly, there was a researcher called Professor Saras Saraswati who did a research on why entrepreneurs think entrepreneurially. She came out with 5 principles. The first principle she called as the bird in hand principle, which is exactly this song. She says that entrepreneurs and individuals succeed when they start doing something, not just sitting and thinking. Of course, sitting and thinking is important, but doing something is even more important. So if there's one lesson that you can see in both what Vivek and Santosh shared, go out and start doing it. Just do it. And then you'll figure out how things will open up, right? So bias for action to me is a very critical part. Santosh, I want to come to one part and then come to you, Vivek. We talked very briefly about the future, right? I was just reflecting that 10 years ago to now, everything that we do, the way we do it has changed, right? The way we travel, Ola, Uber didn't exist. The way we book tickets, the way we eat, Zomato, Swiggy didn't even exist those days, right? The way we pay, everything has changed. And I can assume that obviously the next 10 years, things will change even more dramatically, right? So especially given the future of work, what do you see that future to be? And therefore, what are the things that we as young people must be ready for?
Yeah, Vivek, I think Madan, it's a very valid point, because whenever we are also skilling people, we say that skilling is itself a moving target.
Correct.
Because by the time I taught them artificial intelligence 1.0, it's all gone to 4.0. So the best way I have advised is work close to industry. Because industry is the first one to adopt change. So like take example of Ola or Uber, right? All taxis were there. Everything was the same. Technology also was available probably 5-10 years back, but it took, the wave took, because that's how the entrepreneurs brought in. So if you have to answer this, the best way I would do myself is keep researching on where the needle is moving. The needle is moving towards technology front, more adoption of technology, less on manpower requirement, and the intelligence is about problem solving. So all these are basics, but we miss out on these basics. So to just move ahead in the curve, just be in touch with the industry.
Excellent. So stay close, keep learning. And I think one of the things that you spoke about, the problem solving, the critical thinking, Vivek, is that maybe if I rephrase it slightly, you have to be continuously learning to learn. Because what you learn today is obsolete, not even a year later, it's obsolete a few months later itself, right? So how do you learn to learn? So your view on that, Vivek, what's the mantra to stay relevant?
Yeah. So first of all, just observe. 20 years back, nobody thought that you will be actually using technology for even communication within your families. Okay. The family calls are becoming video calls. Okay. You would not have imagined that, right?
No,
so,
sorry, just on that point, it was funny. I have a 5-year-old daughter. When we bought a TV 3 years ago, she went to the TV, she tried to swipe it, right, the screen. And she comes and tells me it's not working. So I'm wondering, new TV, what happened? And she's trying to swipe. And that's the technology she's expecting in the TV. Okay. Right.
So it's very important for all of us to understand that technology is going to be ubiquitous, is going to be minimum requirement. So keep abreast with technology. Don't be away from technology, use technology. But the biggest point, which I think Madan also highlighted, and I'll kind of dwell on that, is going to be computers are going to be there to solve the day-to-day work. They will do repetitive work. They will do manual work, right? What they cannot do is kind of think differently, as of now at least. So you will have to learn to problem solving, how to solve problems using technology. But the most important is, as Santosh said and also Madan pointed out, technology is going to change. Yeah. Version 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Nobody thought that AI will come. Now AI is coming, okay? Analytics is there. So things are going to change dramatically. So how to learn is the most critical. Okay? New thing will come and you can't wait for classes to give. You can't go to a college again and learn. You have to win the job. You have to keep learning. Whoever becomes actually obsolete will be actually thrown out of the job. So you have to become relevant by keep learning new things coming in and being ahead of the curve. Now, how do I do that? That's a good point which Madan asked. How do you learn to learn? How do you stay relevant in the technology? So first aspect of learning. So let's say understand. And I'm going to talk to you is that I love teaching, right? So I spent thousands of hours in last 10 years in Hubbali teaching. How do you learn? What is the first step? So anybody wants to say loudly, what is the first step of learning? Interest, okay? Okay, great. What mindset? Okay, good. So I think pretty close. So listening is one, but I would say just to build upon that, look at the kids, right? Kids in the house, they learn to walk, which is most difficult thing to learn, right? You talk to a robo cannot walk like human being. It is very shaky, right? Very jerky, not very smooth, because you have to move the CG accordingly. So it's very difficult. But kid walks. Why does he walk? He observes the elderlies walking. If elders were walking on 4 legs, he would have never learned, he or she would have never learned to walk on 2 legs, right? So first step is observation. Observation as it is, not based on emotion. He didn't say, those guys walking there, I can't do it, so I'm going to cry and I'm not going to do any time, right? He will try, fall, and learn. So first is observation. So keep that mind that be observant of people around you. You can learn from your peers. Keep observing with the leaders you are talking to. Like Santosh talked about meeting madam and talking to her. Observing her behavior because she's a topper. So she has skills. And you can actually pick up some of those because inspired by it, right? So keep observing to people, situations around you, and keep learning from everybody. Even a younger person can teach you. Okay, so there is so observation is first level. Second one, which Santosh talked about it just briefly, but unless you ask questions, you can't get to next level of learning. So after observation, you say, what can I do? What can I pick up from here? What I'm doing differently? What I'm doing correct? What I'm doing wrong? What I can improve? Keep asking questions, and after observation happens, action happens, questioning happens, then figure out, am I improved or not? Keep repeating again and keep keeping this learning cycle. Observe, reflect, introspect, ask questions, Act on it, come back and observe whether I've done improved or not, and keep repeating cycle till you become good expert in that and pick up new skill. I think that's the model of being relevant and going forward.
Wonderful. I think you said it so beautifully. Thank you. In the interest of time, let's open it up for questions. Oh, we have a lot of hands. Okay.
Hello.
Mic iddavane dodappa, so whoever has the mic, we'll get the mics here. Okay, quick, sharp.
ಬಿಜಾಪುರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಹೇಳಿ. Good.
ಇವಾಗಿನ ಯುವಕರು ದುಶ್ಚಟಗಳಿಗೆ ದಾಸರಾಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್? ಮತ್ತು ಇವಾಗ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಿಗ್ಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಾಯ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್? ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಲೇಜೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಸ್ವಿಗ್ಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ ಒಳಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್.
Okay. Two very, very good question. You want to, we were speaking about that. You want to take a crack at it? People are falling to bad habits. Young people are getting into bad habits. Why? And how do you avoid that? And, you know, why should an engineer, after completing engineering, work with an Ola or a Swiggy?
So first of all, forget about others. Focus on yourself. What you are going to do, how you are going to use your time. And there are good habits that will help you improve your skills. And there are other habits, entertainment habit, which could get you into bad habits. Okay. So first of all, focus on what you want to achieve. If you don't know where you want to go, you will end up in doing a lot of things which actually are bad for you. So you have to have a very strong yes. I want to do this. Yes, I want to do something. Yes. Then you can say no to wasting your time. So strong yes is required. So have a goal. That's the first. Second is focus on step towards the goal and start doing it every day and moving the needle towards the goal. If you want to be a good employee, good professional, start focusing on every day what you'll do differently to improve the skills and go towards the goal. And automatically once you start doing that, you will have no time for other things.
Fantastic. The only other advice that I have for you, my friend, is that even in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna, who's supposed to be such a skilled archer, tells Krishna that my mind is like a monkey. I don't know how to control it, right? The basic thing that I share about is that once you have that focus, you have to control your mind. And for that, there are many practices. We won't get into it, but it begins by your inner journey, right? Once you are able to understand yourself and control your own thought process, you will win. If somebody else controls your thought process, you're dead, right? So how do you then control your mind? And there are lots of ways to do that. In fact, I'm sure there are many sessions around that. The other question that I want to explore is, given the principle that start doing something, if I'm an engineer and I've been wanting to get a job in Infosys or Microsoft and I'm waiting, I would argue that it is better to work for a Swiggy or a Zomato doing something while keeping my eyes on the job. This is exactly what he said.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
So you shouldn't sit waiting for something to happen. You have to go out and make it happen. Right? Okay, a lot of hands. Let's get to a lady here.
Hello,
yes,
hello.
we have the mic there.
Good afternoon, sir. My
Upasthit
name is
Sabi.
Divya Bhatia and I'm a Karnataka volunteer, NSS volunteer. My question is, how do you think IT entrepreneurs are contributing to the nation? Because they are in a software field, whereas commodity entrepreneurs are generating more employment. So how do you think they both are equal to balance the nation's revenue or economic system?
So
okay.
Maybe
Yeah, Shalini ma'am, please.
Do you know 40% of our GDP is from the IT?
IT.
40%.
Yeah.
See, first of all, no job is a bad job.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first thing I want all of you to understand.
Yes.
Swiggy, Zomato, even deliveries and Denso, they're amazing job, they contribute to economy, and those guys become managers, and they become actually kind of executives and down the line VPs in the companies. So you're starting now, so no job is bad, that's the first thing. Second thing is, every entrepreneur is required. IT entrepreneurs are required, bricks and mortar entrepreneurs are required, mix are required, agriculture entrepreneurs are required, even for profit, not for profit, everybody is important. So let's not treat them good or bad.
Exactly.
All of them are required, all of them are contributing. Whichever is not able to contribute because of ecosystem, government is supporting, let's help that. But who is doing good, support them more jobs will be created, and it will help India.
Santosh, you want to add anything?
Yeah, like Vivek mentioned, every job is so important today, and like Madam said, the IT sector, because of its nature of export driven, is also contributing so much to the foreign exchange. Otherwise, we would be at a deficit in such a large way that we will be importing so much but without export. So because of IT exports, we are able to match the balance between our export and import. So very important part, because lot of domestic jobs, whatever we create, may not be export oriented. So from that perspective also, it's so important for us to balance.
Exactly. And there was one hidden answer that I found in your question. I think the most important type of entrepreneurship that all of us can do is to be job creators. So anything that you do, please start thinking not just of, obviously you have to think technology, revenue, growth, but also start thinking about how many jobs can it create, because we need as many jobs out there as possible, right? So as entrepreneurs, think job creation first, everything else will fall into place. Exactly to what, Vivek, you were saying, you wanted to create 250 and you ended up with 1,000 engineers, right? You created 1,000 jobs in a city like Hubbali, and I'm sure several of them have become entrepreneurs who have gone on to create a multiplier effect. Okay, I'm amazed by the show of hands. I think, this session can go on till the night, but let's keep going.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
The skills people need and the skills people learn.
We'll get to you.
Hello, sir. The skills people need and the skill people learn.
Please
is more obvious.
mention your name.
Sharanu.
From?
Sharanu.
Karnataka.
Okay.
The skills people need and the skills people learn is more obvious nowadays. However, the traditional education system is falling, equipping students with such a type of education. How to tackle this type?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The skills people need and the skills people learn, sir, there is a more obvious, sir, nowadays. However, education system, sir, traditional education system falling to calculate skills, sir.
Okay. So the traditional education systems, you're not getting skilled, and there's a gap between what you have and what the market expects. How do you plug that?
Sir, ಹಂಗೆ ನೀವು ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಂತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಸರ್.
Got it.
ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ರೂರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥರ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ PUC ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹುಡುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಶನ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
Got it.
ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ?
Wonderful question. Wonderful question. We'll take a bunch of questions and then answer. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, exactly.
Speaking something. I want to tackle this problem, sir.
Sorry?
I want to tackle this problem.
Wonderful question. Okay, let's do one thing. I think we've got a great suggestion. We'll take 3 to 4 questions. We'll address them quickly so that we can get to more questions. Let's get to the lady out there. I like her persistence at the last, but whoever's got the mic, the next.
Hello, sir. Sir, I'm Jyoti Ranjan from Odisha. I have a question since today's session is about startup culture.
Yes.
I wanted to ask that, is new startups following middleman business ideas, is it problem for India's startup culture? And I want to ask one more question, sir. Can we actually be Atmanirbhar in terms of startup culture?
Can you please repeat
Yeah,
your
can
name?
you repeat your name, please?
Sir, my name is Jyoti Ranjan.
Okay, and the first question?
The first question is it a problem for India's startup culture that the new startup nowadays following copycat business ideas and middlemanship?
Okay. Sure, we'll take that question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. I am Sadaf Fumera from Telangana. So my question is that, from everywhere, from every corner of India, there are the students who have great intelligence, who has coming up from new ideas. But still, there is a problem that they are unable to explore themselves. Government is providing and they are having chances, but due to their circumstances and like poverty, etc., they are unable to come up and showcase their intelligence, and they are unable to come out. And what is your suggestion, and what the youth should do, and what the government should do? Can you please give me answer? Why? Because there are the students who have more intelligence and more knowledge. They are coming with so many great ideas, new ideas, but they are unable to get the chance. They are having still opportunities, but they are unable to showcase their chance.
Lovely question.
That's my question. Thank you for
Thank
giving
you.
me
We'll
this
take one more question.
Hello,
sir.
I'm
Okay,
Komali.
Okay, we'll come to you.
Hello. Sir, my name is Hardik and I am belong to Gujarat, Gandhinagar. So मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम लोग नेहरू युवा केंद्र के माध्यम से गांव और शहर में जाते हैं और वहाँ पे जो कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं तो उनको कम्युनिकेट करते हैं और हम ज़्यादातर स्किल डेवलपमेंट, फिट इंडिया इन सब के बारे में मूवमेंट चलाते हैं। तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जब हम फील्ड में जाते हैं तो हम ऐसा हमारे अंदर क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट लाए या हम ऐसा क्या करें हमारे अंदर कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कम्युनिटी के लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े और जो बेनिफिट्स है हम उन तक पहुंचा सके।
Beautiful. Okay.
Hello, sir. I'm Komali from
Okay,
Andhra Pradesh.
hold on. We'll come to you. We'll definitely come to you. We'll
Hello,
take this question.
Sir,
Yes, Komali.
yeah. Sir, I am Paul from Gujarat, Navsari, Gujarat. I wanted to say, you were saying that one should fix their goal and then work upon it, and once the goal is fixed, one can achieve it. But the problem with most of the students is that they are just mesmerized and influenced by some of the jobs or some of the professions. They are not actually dedicated towards that profession, so they are not actually able to decide the right goal. So I would just like that if you could throw some light on how can the youth decide the appropriate goal for their future.
Beautiful question. Lovely. Okay, let's get to this gentleman and one question here.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I'm Komali from Andhra Pradesh and an NSS volunteer. Yeah, post-COVID, almost 82,000 of people, like youth, have been flying off to different countries. And if this is the scenario, we'll be left with no youth in the country. And what all do we have to do in order to inspire the people and inspire the youth in order to get more kind of entrepreneurship ideas?
Okay. Sir, inspire youth for more entrepreneurship. Okay,
Sir,
so you
sir,
have the mic.
This side.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
we'll come to you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
After this.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
Partho Jyoti Roy from Alipurdwar, West Bengal. So my question is, in our academic life, the most important part of academic is placement, right? But when we talk about placements, the disciplines which comes in our mind are professional courses like MBA, MCA, etc. Where companies come to colleges and hire the students, and the skilled students having the background of commerce, BVOC, BBA. But a majority of the students like me who are in a pure orthodox graduation like English and political sciences, who are lacking economically, what benefit should we get from this Startup India policy, knowing that we are neither technically sound like them, nor skilled like commerce? Thank you, sir.
Wonderful question. Thank you.
Sir, question from
Good
myself,
afternoon.
sir.
Sir,
Good afternoon.
sir, my name is Amina Afreen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
sir.
we have you and who else has the mic?
Sir.
Okay, first let's get you going.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir, you asked me to ask. Can I?
We'll collectively answer.
Sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
1 minute. Please, if all of you want to be heard, please download GeoChat. There's a channel called NYF 2023,
lovely.
NYF 2023.
Okay.
Ask your questions. We will revert to you. Please leave your email IDs and name. You will receive. आपके लिए बनाए. If you subscribe, updates भी मिलेगा आपको. It will be a continuous channel. You will receive. You can talk to them directly. Please subscribe that.
Repeat the channel.
is GeoChat. Download कीजिए. GeoChat NYF. That is National Youth Festival. NYF 2023. By the time you come for lunch, it will be on the screen. NYF 2023 GeoChat. आप please आपका email ID, आपका नाम WhatsApp कीजिए. Question के साथ you will get a reward. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Sir,
Thank you.
My name is
Sir, I have one last question.
My name is Aman Kumar.
Sir.
Let's finish.
My name
Let's-
is Aman Kumar and I am from NSS Chandigarh and I am currently pursuing BSc Data Science from IIT Madras. And I am also a student of philosophy. As Santosh sir have told about questioning, I want to add one point, philosophical point about questioning. As like Socrates has said that knowledge is perception and perception is through concepts and concept is through reason. So I think sir, knowledge is imbibed in ourselves and through skillful questioning we can put forward the knowledge which is good for us and which is good for country. Now my question is like in day-to-day activity we used to get lot of ideas. So my question is how can we recognize that which one is best for us? As like I am 21-year-old.
So I also fear in my mind that if I put some time in some thought and if it doesn't work, then what will I do?
Beautiful.
So this is my question.
How I wish I was thinking like that when I was 21 years old. Wonderful.
Sir, last question.
Sir, last question, sir. My name is Amina Afrin. Sir,
You asked me before.
sir, I have a last question. I have a last question to ask.
Only one.
Sir, you asked me before.
I have a last
Let's
question.
get to the mic there.
Sir, I have a last question to ask. Kindly answer me.
Ma'am, the mic.
Somebody is moderating. Please show the discipline. You're all NSS students. This is not the way. We're not in a fish market. Moderator will point out, even if you have the mic, you will not speak unless the moderator tells you. We will listen to all of you. We are not going away. We'll listen to all of you.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, my name is Amina Afrin and I'm from Andhra Pradesh. I'm an NSS volunteer. So as you have said that we, the young generation of India, have a lot of potential and cognitive ability and approximately a huge amount of analytical skills. So I would like to raise a question that since we have enormous amount of technology right here, then why the young India is flying to different countries in search of a good employment, in search of a good life? And why is our India, developing country from the past 15 to 30 years and not a developed country?
Okay.
And this is my question.
Terrific. Thank you. And thank you for the...
Discipline, students, please. Only raise your hand. Don't talk.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shayantan. I'm from NSS West Bengal. So my question is very simple. As we all know, India is agriculture-based country. And my topic is also from agriculture. So as we all know, a show called Shark Tank India, which is very famous currently nowadays. So on that way, entrepreneur, young entrepreneur definitely, called Jugadu Kamlesh came from Jharkhand, I guess. So he says he made a certain product of agriculture who he wants to sell, but he can't due to lack of government support and other things of thing.
Good.
So my question is, if we try to base or if we try to relocate our future from entrepreneurship from agriculture, so can we locate ourselves safely just because of the lack of government supports? That's why, that is my asking.
Thank you. Let's get to the
Sir, myself, Vignesh.
last person there. Hold on, please.
Sir.
Yeah. Who's got the mic there?
Sir, I got.
Okay, we'll go there and we'll go to that last person there, the one standing and the one next. Yeah.
Sir, myself, Vignesh. I'm from Telangana, from Mallareddy Institute of Dental Sciences. I'm a medical student and NSS volunteer. Now, as you said, youth are skills, sir. But these youth are suppressing their skills, sir. Now my question is, it was somewhat controversial, sir. Why this reservation needs, sir, in youth? Why this reservation is still in youth? Because somewhat middle poet and high grade caste people are really suppressing their skills, sir. Why this still reservation should be needed in this, sir?
Sure. We'll go to the next question. We'll go that side. We'll go to the end. Mukherjee, how many more? We'll take, yeah, because we'll all, I know we are heading into lunch and there are a lot of questions. We are all available post-lunch to chat. In the interest of time, we'll take that as the last question.
Hello,
Who has
sir.
the mic?
Hello, sir.
Okay, you have the mic. We'll finish this and come to you.
Hello, sir. I'm Sikindar from Andhra Pradesh, NYK is Vijayawada. Sir, my question to you is from the last 5 years, if you see, India has brought out a lot of startups. But as I see from a lot of businesses, many startups are getting down when they try to scale up. Initially, they are getting success, but while they are scaling, they are failing. What do you think and what is your advice for youngsters like me who want to build a startup and scale it for a market like India? And my second question is to...
Let's stick to one question.
Yes, sir.
Only one question, please. Please.
Okay, thank you,
We'll
sir.
get to
Please.
that. We'll get to that question there last.
So, excuse me, sir.
one last question.
A very good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
A very good afternoon, sir. I am Usha from Andhra Pradesh. So, a question I have today is, we the youth are very much super ready to get to the process of development. But in the process of development, there is a lot of environmental destroyal. So, what do you think the youth can do to avoid it and still we can lead to the development, sir?
Okay. Should we? I think there's quite a lot. I can assure you that I will come and meet with you right now. But what I would suggest in the interest of time is, let's pick the questions that resonate to you the most. And maybe if you want to give a closing comment which kind of summarizes any of these, Vivek, you want to, or Santosh, you get started.
Now stop. Sir will summarize. Please sit. Girl, please sit down.
So I will respond to a few questions immediately. And if something are left, we can come back again.
Yes.
So one of the question was, for the art students,
Yes.
what kind of jobs?
Yes.
Okay. So what I told you a few minutes back, Deshpande Skilling is working with BA, BCom, BSc, BCA, B, all the non-professional courses. Deshpande Foundation understood that the placement for the non-professional courses is very low. So we are focusing on them. And this year, our placement was 97% from the skilling campus. We are also starting the same program in colleges after the college hours. And 52 colleges have started this year. Next year, we'll be working in 100 colleges. So where art students are not having jobs, please apply for Deshpande Foundation Skilling. And they will be actually, within 3 months, they'll be skilled and enabled for the job. And it's their responsibility to get the job, because when the skills are there, jobs will come. So jobs is not a problem, especially in the PPO sector, IT enabler services sector, retail sector, and also on the sales sector. Okay. So that's one question. I think another question was, what youth should do to make startups scale and not fail. So let me give you an example of what makes a startup fail. First of all, startups focus on technology or idea. They have to move from idea to focus on problem they are solving. First they have to say, hey, what problem they are solving? What kind of customer segment it is? Is it customer segment which is big or a small? If you say that I'm solving problem for people from only Hubbali, who have lower income and have only this kind of problem, it is not scalable. If you say I'm solving the problem for agriculture, one of the person talked about agri, right? Across India, who are actually mid-segment or high-segment farmers and solving the problem of pesticide spray, then there's a big problem. If you say I'm going to only solve the problem of de-weeding only one plant, it won't work. De-weeding for every crop, it works. So you have to figure out what the problem you are solving. Is it critical for the customer? Because if you solve a problem, for example, if my hair is going out, right? And if you give me a solution, I will buy it. I will not negotiate with you. But if I have a shoe bite problem, I can negotiate for 2 years, 3 years, because it's not a big critical problem for me. So are you solving a critical problem for the customer? Is he willing to pay the money, which is good enough that you can actually get good profits? If your solution cost is more than the willingness to pay the money, it will not scale. So first is identify the problem, critical for the customer, segment is big, and focus on solution which is unique compared to others. And then continue execution, because if you don't execute, you will fail. If you follow this process, you will be able to scale your companies. Okay. Any other question which I've missed out? Okay. How do we actually balance between development and environment? Okay. My take is very few company startups today are hurting the environment. Most of them are actually coming with innovative ideas. If they hurt the environment, customer will not buy. So my take is don't worry about that. First focus on what problem you are solving. Is there a customer? Make your company successful. Automatically you will succeed. There will be some always trade-off between environment and business. As long as you are not polluting the water, air, and breaking the laws, every startup will be able to actually add value to the economy. So focus on solving problem,
creating company, creating jobs, and making it sustainable and scalable, and ignore all other things because that will actually be defocus for you at the engage. So I'll just answer one question on reservation, okay? I also was very, very against reservation when I was young. But then I realized that there are pockets in the society where for years, millions of years, thousands of years, they are kind of oppressed. They need support for them for few decades before they can come up. So reservation is a policy done with the right thought process. It's across world. Even in US, there are reservations for Negroes, so black people. So don't worry about reservation. Your job is to create jobs, make it successful. The reservation is not there for the startup. So let's go that direction. Okay. How to decide on a goal? Somebody told, if I create a goal, and goal is changing. Tomorrow I want to learn Java. Tomorrow it is .NET. Then it is kind of AI. Then it is ML. How do I set a goal? It's changing. So there are some goals which are there for last 50 years, and they'll be 50 years. So for example, I want to become a good technology professional. It doesn't matter what technology it is. Then you do that, and then say, who becomes a good technology professional? Who keeps kind of learning new technology and solving the company's problem. I want to become a CEO. I want to become a leader. I want to become a teacher. These are the long-term jobs. Then focus on that long-term job. Keep up something 15 years from now, what you want to do. And then slowly say, for getting that job, what are the processes I should do to achieve that goal? Processes could be, I want to kind of keep discipline, getting up in the morning, early morning, having my health better, learning my communication skills, so spending time on communication with others and improving my communication, improving my problem-solving skills, adding value to what your work is given. Can I do slightly better? Can I do slightly better every time? If those are the skills if you focus on towards that goal, I'm sure you will achieve the goal, if not in 5 years, 10 years, and you will be great successful in that.
NSS clap goes to.
Santosh, yeah.
Yeah. I think one question was about having a better talent but not having an opportunity. I think there's a saying in Hindi, इंतजार करने वालों को उतना ही मिलता है जितना कोशिश करने वाले छोड़ जाते हैं. So there is never going to be, easy thing for anyone. Opportunities are there, like I did mention. For a growing economy like India, I think never in history I would have, because with my own experience I can say in the last 20 years, that where we are standing today has huge opportunities, and you can see there are so many incubators coming up for startups, and so many mentors coming up for startups. I had not heard in the last 15 years before like these kind of things happening. So if someone is saying that they have talent, there is definitely a window where you can go and knock, and there is an opportunity which organizations like Deshpande Foundation or many other organizations, Head Held High, so many of them are there to support. So I don't buy that, but you need to really be aggressive to take it forward. And there was other one which all the time we talk about what we learn in academics, like say Bachelor in Arts, and when I go back to industry, they are talking of skills and there is no match there. So the best way is education, however reforms are going to come, is going to be a slow change. Whether it is Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Engineering, there is change happening, but this will be very slow. It is up to us, all of you, to catch up with industry on skills. So there will be a window of time where you can upgrade on a certain skill, keep that in goal in mind and work on that skill. And when you come out, you have a degree, which could be a BA or whatever other degrees, but plus a skill for which you'll definitely end up in a job. So you can't sit back and say that the education system is going to change so that it will catch up with you. It's not going to happen. It has never happened. Even in the Western countries, it has not happened. So it's definitely not. So Madan, there are a lot of questions, but I think you can wrap it up with.
So you had a quick comment to make on the end.
हमारे गुजरात से एक वॉलंटियर ने पूछा था, NYKS के वॉलंटियर ने एक प्रश्न. मैं संयुक्त सचिव भारत सरकार के अलावा डायरेक्टर जनरल NYKS भी हूँ, और जो प्रश्न आपने पूछा कि मैं कैसे ज़्यादा लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ सकता हूँ, वह प्रश्न हमेशा मेरे दिमाग में भी रहता है. मैं इसका जवाब इस तरह से आपको देना चाहूँगा. देखिए, दूसरों को मदद करने की भावना हम सब में है. कोविड के दौरान हम में से कोई ऐसा इसमें नहीं होगा इस हॉल में जिसने या तो दूसरे से को मदद न किया हो या दूसरे से मदद नहीं लिया हो। तो यह इस पे डिपेंड करता है कि आप जब कोई कैंपेन करते हैं या कोई मुद्दा उठाते हैं तो उसको किस तरीके से आप लोगों के बीच ले जाते हैं। आपका काम जो है वॉलंटियरिज्म के बेसिस पे है, यानी आपको दूसरे में यह प्रेरणा लानी है कि वह आपसे जुड़ें। और NYKS और NSS मुझे गर्व है कहने पे कि यह अच्छे से काम कर रहा है। मैं आप लोगों को अभी जो कैंपेन क्लीन इंडिया 2 हुआ था उसके बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। शायद इस हॉल में हर एक वॉलंटियर ऐसा होगा जो उस कैंपेन से जुड़ा था, जहां हमने 1 करोड़ प्लास्टिक वेस्ट, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक वेस्ट प्राइमरली कलेक्ट करने का टारगेट रखा था और हम 1.5 करोड़ कलेक्ट कर पाए। क्यों? क्योंकि हम में से हर एक आदमी जानता है कि यह प्लास्टिक वेस्ट जो है यह गलत है, यह हमारे वातावरण को दूषित कर रहा है। हम लोगों ने एक डाटा भी लिया था, हम में से हर आदमी, हर इंडियन 5 kg सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक वेस्ट क्रिएट करता है। हालांकि दिस इज वेरी लेस फ्रॉम US वेर इट इज 89 kgs, बट एनी हाउ। तो दूसरा चीज जो जैसे हमने प्रोग्राम में सुधार किया कि एक बार वेस्ट इकट्ठा करने से कुछ नहीं होगा, वी हैव टू ब्रिंग एटीट्यूडनल चेंज। तो इस बार जैसे हम लोगों ने लोगों को मैसेज दिया नुक्कड़ नाटक के थ्रू कि आप जो है इस चीज को कैसे खत्म कर सकते हैं, तो इसी तरीके से आप लोगों को जोड़ सकते हैं।
Thank you. Just to summarize, well, you've answered most of the questions. I just want to zoom out, and I was just listening to the questions, and I was thinking of the following that I wanted to share. See, the fact is that if you ask yourself, and I did this very late in life, I would urge you to do early, what am I really passionate about? And I've asked a lot of young people this. A lot of people say, I'm passionate about animals, about pollution, I'm passionate about social change, I'm passionate about farmers, I'm passionate about youth. I'm very passionate about youth, right? So I think the first thing that I would urge you to do, especially in this mahol, is talk to others and find out one thing that you're really passionate about, right? And write that down. Second, you then say, if you were to make that passion and use that passion to change the world, what would your purpose be, right? My purpose, I discovered in Sabarmati Ashram, and I spent a lot of time, is to say that the purpose of my life is to serve the Supreme by enabling every human being to unleash their infinite potential to create a world of abundance and oneness. I spent 9 days trying to find my purpose, and I wrote every word after a lot of deliberation, right? So even if it doesn't mean that it's the best purpose, next 3 days, write down one purpose statement that resonates with you. The purpose statement has to be much larger than your life. If you're an animal lover, you will say, I will never let any animal be harmed anywhere in the world, right? That becomes your purpose. You're converting your passion to purpose. From that purpose, you find out, how will I make this purpose come alive in the world? Which is the program. It could be a non-profit initiative. It could be a social enterprise. It could be you could work for a company. You could be an intern. Once you write that down, you'll find thousands of opportunities open up for you to start following your passion and your purpose, and the rest will follow, right? So I think once you do that, it'll answer a lot of the other noise questions. What will the government do? I don't care, I'm following my purpose and passion. What will my friends say? I don't care, I'm following my passion and purpose. Will somebody help me? If somebody helps, great. If it doesn't, I'll still do it, right? I think once each of us are driven by our passion and purpose, to what Swami Vivekananda ji said, that you take one idea, make it yours, live it, breathe it, drink it, sleep it, eat it, till that idea comes alive, then success is guaranteed, right? So on that note, I want to end, and Shali ma'am, if there is any comments.
No questions,
No, I think we will.
No questions,
I'll
please.
pass it back to the moderator, but it's been fascinating energy. Keep the great work up. Jai Hind. Have a great career ahead. Thank you.
तालियां और जोरदार होनी चाहिए for all the guests on the stage, all the panelists on the stage. Come on, let's have the NSS clap for our speakers and the panel members on stage. Come on, everybody, let's have the NSS clap now. Come on. Thank you so much for all the energy, and now it is time to announce the best question. But before that, previously We had one more session and we had one best question winner, that was Aruna. Can I request Aruna to please come on the stage? I request Aruna to please come on the stage, and I also request all the panel members to please decide on one best question for this session. Do we have Aruna with us in the auditorium? Aparna, okay. Whoever won the best question in the previous session, requested to please come on the stage. Meanwhile,
maybe she is not here, madam.
okay. So in that case, I proceed and I request Sunidhi to please come on the stage and please present a memento to our moderator of this session, Mr. Madan Padaki sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं हमारे सारे panelists के लिए, सारे speakers के लिए. I request Ashwini to please come on the stage and present the memento to Mr. Vivek Pawar, the speaker of the session. I request Sharvin to please come on the stage and present the memento to Mr. Santosh Hudlikoppi. I request Veda to please come on the stage and present the memento to Mr. Nitish Kumar Mishra ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. And I request Aparna to please present the memento to Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Additional Chief Secretary, Department Youth Empowerment and Sports.
NSS claps, please.
Meanwhile, I request Mr. Harpreet to please come on the stage. So I'm announcing 5 names. Students who had asked questions are requested to please come on the stage. Harpreet. Harpreet. What is his name? Sharanu. Sharanu, please come on the stage. Harpreet from Gujarat. Next. Komoli from Andhra Pradesh. Shayantan from West Bengal. Siddhingal from AP, please come on the stage. And the best question goes to Sharanu. I think let's congratulate the winner, the best question, Mr. Sharanu. तालियां जोर से आनी चाहिए.
NSS claps, please. Encourage your friends.
The energy says it all that you all are hungry. We are definitely breaking for lunch now. Meanwhile, I would like to make an announcement. Many questions are unanswered. So request you all to please download GeoChat And please go to NYF, that is National Youth Festival 2023. You can post your questions with your name and email ID and they will be definitely answered. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for all the dignitaries on the dais, for all the time and patience they gave for this session. Come on everybody, let's have the NSS clap for all the dignitaries. And I request all of you to please gather back in the auditorium exactly after 45 minutes for the next session. So thank you everyone.
Please hand over mics. Please hand over all mics here.
Then in that case, Chetan, Vinod, and then directly Tejas. Welcome back everybody. Very, very good afternoon and a very warm welcome back again for the third session of 26th National Youth Festival. क्या आप सभी मेरे साथ हैं? एक बार जोरदार NSS clap हो जाए फिर ये जानने के लिए कि जोश कितना हाई है. जोश is definitely high because हमने पूरा भारत आज देख लिया यहाँ पे. 26 जनवरी आज रिपब्लिक डे 10 दिन पहले ही मन गई. Everybody was singing actually all the patriotic songs. It was wonderful. So that is what India is all about. हर जगह से यहाँ पे लोग आए हैं और सब एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां खुद के लिए भी हो जाए. And now it is time to proceed and start with the next session. So are you all ready, guys? I need some energy. Are you all ready, guys? Well, in that case, please put a huge round of applause as I welcome and introduce the speaker for the next session. And the next session is all about startup and digital India. So please welcome on stage Dr. Chetan Singhai. Zordar तालियों से इनका स्वागत किया जाए. Member committee to finalize draft NEP 2020 and currently convener National Curriculum Framework, MOE, Government of India. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Dr. Chetan Singhai. Now I take this pleasure of welcoming on stage Mr. Vinod Kenny, who is also the speaker for today's session. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So venture capital professional, serial entrepreneur, finance CXO, advisor, mentor and company builder, US, India and Southeast Asia experience. He's also currently an advisor and mentor to corporate VCs, family offices, VC funds and startups, experienced in building and scaling businesses, financial management, fundraising, restructuring, and exits as CFO and CEO. As an entrepreneur, co-founded business in financial services, outsourcing, and technology, successfully exited to large public companies, have built profitable back office and outsourcing businesses, experienced with GTM strategies, business development, and strategic initiatives. So here we have Mr. Vinod Kenny with us. Can we have, once again, a huge round of applause? And now, ladies and gentlemen, youth icon हम इन्हें कह सकते हैं. काफ़ी लोगों के लिए ये एक आदर्श एग्जाम्पल भी है और काफ़ी एनर्जी और एंथुसियाज्म के साथ में हमें भी इनका स्वागत करना है. जोरदार तालियों के बीच, let's welcome
Shri Tejasvi Surya, Honorable Member of Parliament, on stage. Come on everybody, I request everybody to please stand up and let's welcome National President of BJP Yuva Morcha, MP for Bengaluru South Lok Sabha constituency, aspiring triathlete, advocate, RT and endorsements. And yes, now it is time to welcome the moderator of the session, Dr. Mukund Raj. Ek baar zor de aur taliyan for the man behind the smooth functioning of all the sessions that are happening today. Yes, let's have a huge round of applause, the NSS clap for Dr. Mukund Raj. Come on, everybody. 25 years of overall experience in information technology industry, sustainable development, business process re-engineering, framework and policy development, exposure to international markets, industry, and government in domains of sustainable development, technology implementation, education, skilling, employment, mining, and agriculture. So here we have the panel members. Let's welcome all the speakers, the moderator, and the panel members. And like every session, ye session may be, we will be choosing one best question. So I request everybody to please participate, have your questions ready. And now I request our moderator, Dr. Mukund Raj, to please proceed. Thank you, everyone.
Namaskar, good afternoon. It will be very wrong of me to ask how is the Josh, because Mr. Tejasvi Surya has already set the tone. Now I have only set the topic. आज का topic freewheeling topic है because it's on youth. Youth के बारे में चर्चा हुआ है morning से. अभी broadly 2-3 agendas है. One, digital India. Digital कैसे? How do we integrate digital with the youth? We have one entrepreneur, Vinod Keniji we have. He will be talking to us on that. Policy matters, new education policy, vocational skilling, digital, how does it happen? How does it integrate? Dr. Singhai will throw some light on it. मैं sustainable development goal से हूँ, so 17 topic, all the topics, so it will be a jack of all and you know, not a master of none. So ऐसा ही I'll freewheel on all the topics. इसमें NSS के, कर्नाटक के NSS के volunteers, 50,000 volunteers have participated in a unique scheme called Amrit Samudaya. वो भारत में पहले बार हुआ है, with 450 colleges participating. A big round of applause to NSS volunteers to everywhere. So NSS के, so the NSS team will present very quickly at a later stage, about for 5 minutes, about their Amrit Samudaya to all of us. Now, I would like to request the Honorable MP Tejasvi Surya ji to address the gathering and to, you can commence or please you can. Set the tone. Because you are good at setting the bar high and the Josh, so we would require the Josh. Thank you.
भारत माता की ऐसे नहीं साथियों, जोश से भारत माता की एल्रिगू नमस्कार. देश के कोने कोने से आए हुए मेरे युवा साथियों को मैं अपने कर्नाटका के इस पुण्य धरती पर मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, आमंत्रित और अभिनंदन करता हूं. वेलकम टू कर्नाटका, one of India's most progressive states, the most inclusive state, the state which is the home to some great stalwarts in the field of art, culture, science, technology, entrepreneurship, business, sports, you name it. The powerhouse of talent, India's city and town of temples, the state which houses India's youngest city, India's Silicon Valley, and the powerhouse of India's economic engine. Welcome all of you to Namma Karnataka. Namma Karnataka ke nimmellarigu mattomme swagata, suswagata. Friends, dignitaries on the dais and all my delegates here, I'm in fact looking forward to all of your questions. आज मुझे बताया गया कि सुबह से आप लोग इतने उत्साह से उमंग से पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं हर सेशन में, और जिस प्रकार का सवाल आप लोग पूछ रहे हैं, JS साहब ने बता रहे थे कि इट इज़ एक्सट्रीमली एक्साइटिंग एंड वेरी इंसाइटफुल। इसलिए मोनोलॉग कम करते हुए आप सबके बीच आने का सौभाग्य आज प्राप्त हुई है। I want to thank the organizers and I want to thank the Youth Affairs Ministry for putting together such a fantastic show. On behalf of all of you, I also want to thank our beloved Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for giving the opportunity of hosting this wonderful youth festival to Nama Karnataka. Friends, I want to take just 10 minutes of your time to speak on 2-3 important themes on why we, as the young of India, are one of the most fortunate, most lucky lot in the world today. All of us are today seated in this auditorium, debating and discussing issues of today and issues that concern our tomorrow in a most vibrant and dynamic fashion. Just imagine if you were, say, 1,000 kilometers to the south of where we are sitting today. Assume, say, you were in Sri Lanka and not here. आप सब लोग आज जानते ही हैं श्रीलंका के आर्थिक स्थिति और राजनीतिक स्थिति आज कैसा है. The political and economic situation in Sri Lanka is extremely distressing. The inflation is more than 139%. Whether it is for petrol, diesel, or for edible food items, people are facing an extremely difficult task. The political anarchy has set in so much so that the president of the country himself had to vacate his official bungalow and run away to a foreign land. That's the kind of economic and political doldrum that a country just 1,000 kilometers to the south of where we are sitting is facing. Imagine if you were, instead of here, 1,500 or 1,200 kilometers to the northwest of where we are sitting today. नॉर्थवेस्ट कहाँ होता है? क्या पड़ता है नॉर्थवेस्ट में? पाकिस्तान का आज का हालत कैसा है? ट्विटर पे 2-3 दिन पहले पाकिस्तान के एक बहुत वरिष्ठ MP या मिनिस्टर ने ट्वीट किए थे. He said that Pakistan is struggling to even procure wheat flour. इस प्रकार का स्थिति पाकिस्तान में आज, पाकिस्तान के युवा आज वो ऐसे परिस्थिति में गुजर रहा है. Imagine if we were in a place another 300 kilometers to the northwest of Pakistan. What is that? The situation of young men and especially young women, young girls in Afghanistan is so difficult. Here we are sitting, exercising not just our freedom of speech, but we are also exercising our freedom of thought, our freedom of expression when it comes to even what we want to wear. But if we were in Afghanistan, we neither have the freedom of expression to wear what we want, nor is a young girl permitted to study anything beyond 6th grade, nor does she have the right to come out of her house and drive her own car, forget drive her own destiny. But here we are today, young men, young women, all seated in one auditorium and dreaming of a future where we can have an impact. And this is why we are fortunate to be here. Imagine if we were, instead of here, 1,200 kilometers to the very north of where we are sitting here. Imagine if we were in Ukraine or Russia. Young men and young women of your and my age are facing mandatory conscription. They are being sent against their will to borders to fight a war in which they are not interested. Imagine if we were, my dear friends, 1,200 kilometers to the east of where we are sitting here. Imagine if we were in China. Do you think there could have been a platform of this kind where youth would be discussing their role in governance and you would be given opportunities to question members and representatives of the government And could you even imagine a situation where the government is organizing a youth festival, an officer from the government comes and asks you that the best question you pose will be getting an award? This is why I say it is a blessing to be in India, and it is a great blessing to be young in India at this point in history, because this is the time that is India's time. This is a time that is our time. This is a time when it is India's young who will be crafting India's future and the world's destiny. Imagine how lucky we are to be just here. We take these things for granted. But when you look at the global perspective, just the immediate neighborhood of where we live, we will learn to value the privilege, the opportunity, and this great blessing that all of us are enjoying. So my first request and my first point before all of you is this. Never before in India's history did a generation enjoy the kind of freedom, the kind of privilege, the kind of opportunities that my generation, our generation is enjoying today. Friends, remember this and underline this every single day when you wake up. That we are the most blessed, most opportune generation of this country. We are India's Amrit generation. We are the generation which is taking India into its famed Amrit Kal. We are not only the future of India, we are also the present of India. हम भारत के भविष्य भी हैं, हम भारत के वर्तमान भी हैं. The second thing that I want all of you to reflect on is this. Friends, I want all of you to do a small exercise after you go back homes. Tomorrow or day after, whenever you complete this festival and go back. आपके घर जाने के बाद घर में आपके पिताजी या माताजी या दादाजी जो भी है, जो वरिष्ठ बुजुर्ग लोग हैं घर पे, उनसे आप संवाद कीजिए और उनसे पूछिए उनके जो 20 साल था, उनके जो 30 साल था, when they were in their 30s, when they were in their 20s, what was the kind of life they faced, what was the kind of opportunities they had. मैं आपको एक दो उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं. आजकल मैं देख रहा हूं बहुत सारे लोग आप फोटो खींच रहे, वीडियोस कर रहे, लाइव कर रहे. साथियों, सिर्फ 15-20 साल पहले this was something that could not have been thought of. सिर्फ 15-20 साल पहले इस देश में अगर टेलीफोन कनेक्शन लेना चाहते थे तो आप एमपी के पास, मिनिस्टर के पास जाकर आप रिकमेंडेशन लेटर लेना पड़ता था और 6 महीने 7 महीने तक इंतजार करना पड़ता था, दफ्तर जाना पड़ता था एक टेलीफोन कनेक्शन करने के लिए. पर आज हम सब के हाथ में 2-2 मोबाइल फोन है, हर मोबाइल फोन में डबल सिम कार्ड है. This is the kind of connectivity that this country has seen in the last 15 years. मैं 2-3 दिन पहले अपने गांव गया था जहां अपने पारिवारिक एक कार्यक्रम था. वहां मैं कुछ जो चिट्ठियां मेरे पिताजी ने उनके पिताजी को लिखे थे जब वो स्टूडेंट थे, वो 5-6 चिट्ठी मिली. चिट्ठी पढ़ने के वक्त मुझे याद आया, we are living in such different generations. My father had written to his father asking for a money order to be sent for 8 rupees. And for that 8 rupees, my father had given a breakup of इसमें 3 रुपए इसके लिए, 2 रुपए इसके लिए और 2 रुपए एग्जाम में एप्लीकेशन भर्ती करने के लिए. ऐसे उन्होंने 8 रुपए का हिस्सा देकर चिट्ठी लिखे थे. And my grandfather replies back to it saying that today we don't have 8 rupees to spare, but I am sending you 5 rupees. Make use of this for application fee for examination and this, etc., etc. I am going to do the money order today. I hope it will reach you before the last date of examination, and the remaining 3 rupees when you come back the next time to visit us, we will give you. साथियों, आप सोच सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं, 20, 30, 40 years ago, this was the kind of world. आज हम जैसे व्हाट्सएप भेजते हैं, व्हाट्सएप भेजने से आसानी से हम पैसा भेज रहे हैं, ना सिर्फ भारत के अंदर बट थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड. दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ डिफरेंस, दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ वर्ल्ड दैट वी आर लिविंग इन. Friends, my request to all of you is this. This is a generation, ours is a generation, which is blessed to have these kind of opportunities. There is no way that you and I can fail. There is no way that you and I can dream small. There is no way that you and I cannot live to our full potential. Remember that if my generation, our generation dreams small, that small dream is a crime. Remember that if our generation fails, that there cannot be a bigger travesty of human existence than our generation failing, because we are blessed with all kinds of opportunities because our previous generation struggled to make this happen for us. Today, the country is on a move. 75 years ago, that very country which had enslaved us, colonized us, is behind us in terms of the economic capability. Just 1 year ago, through the efforts of young India, India reached the spot of the 5th largest economy in the world, putting behind Britain, the United Kingdom, who 75 years ago were the colonial masters. Very soon, India will rise to become the world's 3rd largest economy. India is today the world leader not just in agriculture, in sericulture, horticulture, but India is also, from space to soil, leading innovation and technology for the rest of the world. It is our young people who are growing the companies, the startups, and the technology institutions of today, which will be the Apples, the Microsofts, and the Googles of tomorrow. The previous generation, my dear friends, went out of India, went to the US, to the Australia, the Canadas, and the Israels of the world, and they got a job in the global corporation, and there they made an impact. But our generation is different. We are not going from here to US or UK, but we are creating the Apples and Microsoft here in Hyderabad, in Bengaluru, in Hubli, in Chittorgarh, in every part and nook, in Kanpur, Lucknow. That's where new India is giving rise. Olympics में हो या Commonwealth Games में हो, Math Olympiad हो या Science Olympiad हो, स्पेल बी कंपटीशन हो या चित्रकला परिषद के कंपटीशन हो, it is India's young who are actually putting a stamp of dominance on all around the world. This will continue, and the greatest inspiration for all of us to take this forward is Swami Vivekananda, the eternal youth icon who represents the spirit of India's eternal civilizational ethos and consciousness, coupled with progressive modern thinking and an insatiable strength of domination and control of the human mind. He is our youth icon. I want to, before conclude, give before all of you 5 quotes of Swami Vivekananda, which I think are extremely important for all of us to follow for the rest of our lives. Even if you do not follow anything else, if you make these 5 quotes of Swami Vivekananda as your mool mantra for every single day, your life will be a life of happiness and success, a life where you would have made an impact on the world. Friends, जब हम युवा रहते हैं ना, हमको लगता है कि ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी जो है, विवेकानंद जी जैसे जो काविधारी सन्यासी है, ये अपने लिए नहीं है, ये बुजुर्गों के लिए है. ये आध्यात्मिकता जो है, ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी है, ये सब बुजुर्गों के लिए है. दिस इज द बिजनेस ऑफ द ओल्ड, नॉट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द यंग. ऐसे हम गलती से हम सोचते हैं. बट लेट मी टेल यू, द फिलॉसफी दैट विवेकानंद गेव टू द वर्ल्ड, the philosophy that India and Indian civilization gave to the world is not a philosophy or a spirituality that detracts you from the real world challenges. It's not spirituality that takes you away from the materialistic life. It is philosophy and spirituality that strengthens you and prepares you for the real world challenges, which is why it is important to follow spiritual icons like Swami Vivekananda. Because reading them, we will be stronger to face the challenges of the world. The first quote of Swami Vivekananda that I want all of you to remember, write down. Write it not on a piece of paper, but write it deep, etch it deep on your hearts is this. Swamiji said, there are 1 million gods, but as long as you do not believe in yourself, there is no point in believing in 1 billion gods. The very first quote that I want all of us to remember is this. You cannot believe in God until you believe in yourself. This is Swami Vivekananda's first quote that I want all of you to remember. Today, I'm sure through the course of the session, there will be interactions, there will be guidance from Vivekji and others. Whether you want to start a company, whether you want to run a race, whatever you want to do, the very first initial thought begins with you believing in yourself. आपको खुद के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं है, तो भगवान के ऊपर विश्वास करने से फायदा क्या होता है? So my first request to all of you is to remember this, that you, each single one of you, irrespective of where you were born, irrespective of the color of your skin, irrespective of the language that you speak, irrespective of the bank balance that your father has or a mother has, irrespective of the surname that you're born in, you have immense ability to make it big in life. If a Draupadi Murmu could become the President of India, if a Narendra Modi can become the Prime Minister of India, if a man like Abdul Kalam, who went house to house throwing newspapers, distributing newspapers, could rise to become India's Bharat Ratna, Missile Man and President of India, so can you. So believe in yourself, my dear friends. The second message of Swami Vivekananda is this. Vivekananda was a worshipper of strength. वो शक्ति में, ताकत में, वो विश्वास रखते थे. He believed that strength alone should be worshipped, not meekness, not weakness, not giving up. Life is not going to be easy. Remember this, my dear friends. You and I are at the very threshold of entering the challenges of life. The next 50 years, 60 years, every single day that we wake up, there may be challenges. There may be challenges at work, there may be challenges at home, there may be challenges with respect to health, there may be challenges in every possible way. But the message of Swami Vivekananda is to stay strong. And the Swamiji says, strength is life, weakness is death. This is what Swami Vivekananda told all of us. I want all of you to remember this as the mantra. If at any point in time you feel that you want to give up, remember this mantra. Strength is, weakness is. Your generation, my generation, our generation, we have no option to give up. We won't give up. We won't give up until we achieve what we want, because we are Bharat's Amrit Kal generation. Can we believe that we are India's Amrit Kal generation? Can we believe, resolve today that strength is life, weakness is death will be our mantra for every single day? Yeah? Can I get a big yes from all of you? Yeah. The third message that Swamiji says is this. Especially because this is a young audience, I want all of you to follow this. Swamiji said that I want strong young men and women. Strong how? Strong how? Physically, mentally, intellectually, spiritually, in every way we want to be strong. Swami Vivekananda said, my child, what I want is muscles of iron and nerves of steel, inside which dwells a mind as sharp as the thunderbolt. You will understand the Gita much better with your biceps and muscles a little stronger. This is what Swami Vivekananda said. Today, when the Prime Minister has given us the call of Fit India, of Healthy India, of Khelo India, it is because we want to be a young India, which is a fit India, a strong India. Sharira madhyam khalu dharma sadhanam. This is what is said, that this body is a temple. Whatever you want to achieve in your life, if your body is not going to be with you, you cannot do anything. Friends, remember that we are a young nation today. But in the next 20 years, we will be a middle-aged nation. Next 30 years, we will be an old India, right? But that old India cannot afford to be an unhealthy India. And health comes only when from today we adopt lifestyle habits like exercising every day, watching what we eat, bending our bodies, exercising our muscles and becoming stronger. कभी कभी मुझे लगता है जब हम कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं 5 किलोमीटर का दौड़, 10 किलोमीटर का दौड़, हम सिर्फ ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं युवा होकर भी, पर उसमें भाग लेने के लिए जो आते हैं वो प्रोफेशनल एथलीट्स होते हैं. If you are 25, 26 and you cannot run 10 kilometers without getting tired, how are we young? So I want all of you to remember that the third mantra is muscles of iron, nerves of steel, and a mind as sharp as the thunderbolt. That is the ideal Yuva that we must all aspire to become. The fourth mantra is this: they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. This is what Swamiji said. Sathiyo, imagine if human beings are not driven by a larger purpose, our life becomes so limited and meaningless. Compare your life with an animal. A dog or a cat or any other animal, उनके पूरे जीवन जो जाता है, it goes in procuring food. उसमें ही उनका पूरा जीवन समाप्त हो जाता है. But the life of a human being starts after procuring food. अगर मैं आप सबको एक रूम में बिठा दिया, बाहर बंद कर दिया दरवाजा, और मैं आपको बोला कि आप स्विगी में, जोमेटो में ऑर्डर करते रहो भाई, सुबह से शाम तक जो खाना चाहते हो खाओ, वो आएगा, will you still be happy? You will be extremely miserable, because food for us is not the end. Food for us is a means to achieve something bigger. And what is that bigger thing that drives us? Purpose. Purpose of existence. To do some meaningful work which can have an impact on the world. That is what gives true meaning to all of our lives. And Swamiji summed it up in this beautiful line. He said, those who live for others are the only ones living. The rest are more dead than alive. So मैं आपसे इतना ही निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ, आप जो भी काम करें. If you are a teacher in a school, remember that you want to be a teacher who will impact 50 other people and be an unselfish teacher, because if you do that, you are truly a successful teacher. Tomorrow, if you aspire to be a political leader, be a leader who does not command respect, but a leader who commands and wants to do service of people. Because doing so, you will be leading a change. Doing so, you will be leading a more purposeful life. So what is the fourth mantra? Live for others. Fourth mantra. The fifth one and the last one that I want all of you to remember is this. Today, in the course of your discussions with entrepreneurs and mentors, you may have realized, and when you look at the life of any great man in the world, whether it is Messi, whether it is Cristiano Ronaldo, whether it is Narendra Modi, whether it is Vishwanathan Anand, whether it is Abdul Kalam, whether it is Narayan Murthy, any single person who has achieved anything worthwhile in life, you will realize that there is no shortcut to success. Sathiyos, there is absolutely no shortcut to success. आप shortcut के रास्ते पे आप जाते हो तो आप short circuit हो जाते हैं. There is no shortcut. Success will come only if you do tapasya every single day. रोज मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. सुबह से रात तक मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. You have to work every day. day after day, relentlessly, and only then will success come beckoning you. And Swamiji said this in his inimitable style. Swamiji said, my young men, take up one idea. Take up one idea, make that one idea your life. Think of it, dream of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea and no other idea, anything else. Just leave every other idea alone. This is the only way to success. This is what Swami Vivekananda said. If you want to tomorrow be an Olympic gold winning athlete for India, forget everything else. When you wake up and when you go to bed, and all the minutes in between, your focus is only one, the gold medal for India. If you want to build an enterprise that can take on the Apples and Microsoft of the world, when you sleep, when you wake up, when you work, only one dream, to build that. This is the secret to success. Focus, focus, and focus. We are in a world today where the mobile phone in our hand has distractions of the whole world right in our palm. The challenge before this generation is to stay focused. The more you focus, the more success will come towards you. These are the 5 thoughts of Swami Vivekananda that I want to leave all of you with. The coming 5 years, the coming 25 years is our 25 years. There is going to be tremendous change the country and the world will witness in technology, in climate change, in renewable energy, in digitization, in the pan-global economic practices and processes. There is going to be tremendous change in the world, in the way the politics of the world is going to be done. The future of jobs is going to be different. The future of economy is going to be different. And how that is going to be different, this group here, this generation here will determine. With a lot of hope for tomorrow, with a lot of optimism for tomorrow, that kal ka Bharat aaj se bhi behtar hogi. कल का भारत आज से भी बेहतर होगा, आज से भी बहुत ताकतवर भारत होगा. With that hope, with that positivity, with that hope and optimism, I thank all of you for giving me a very, very patient hearing. Come, my dear friends, together let us build a Jagat Guru Bharat, a Vishwa Guru Bharat, which will give light, prosperity, and leadership for the rest of the world. Now is our time. Now is the future, and we are the future. Thank you so much. Bharat Mata Ki.
We, as a generation, are blessed with some great benefits. I would like to thank our Honorable MP, Sri Tejasvi Surya ji, for inspiring us to the core and inculcating in us great optimism. With this, I hand over to Dr. Mukund Raji to take over as the moderator of this session.
Thank you, Mr. Tejasvi. You have sort of epitomized जो भविष्य है और वर्तमान है, ये सतत प्रयास के साथ ही सतत विकास होगा. आपने एक बहुत अच्छी तरह you have crystallized it. Now, I have been working with the government to set up the context. I want to lay out a few things for the benefit of the students and for the panel members here. In fact, opportunities बहुत सारे हैं. सुबह से लोग पूछ रहे थे whether it's an employment opportunity, whether it's an entrepreneurship opportunity. कर्नाटक में ही देखिए अभी एप्पल का मैन्युफैक्चरर है, 50,000 जॉब है. Are we willing to go? Are the youth willing to get into the manufacturing sector? Skilling के लिए the government is providing so many schemes. In fact, the government wants to have internship. Our ACS has been pushing for internship and apprenticeship for every youth. Are we willing to go? The challenge I find among the youth, क्योंकि मैं 4 साल skilling में काम कर चुका हूँ, I have seen a view. कर्नाटक में we are very happy with the service industry. Opportunities manufacturing में है. The Honorable Prime Minister is also pushing manufacturing, but for that, they should be employees. Is the world ready for employment? Are our youth ready for employment in the manufacturing sector? That is something they can answer during this session here today. The other thing, for an entrepreneur to improve, we have Mr. Vinod Kenny, who has an experience in international listing, NASDAQ, etc., an entrepreneur who has really grown up, उनसे पूछ सकते हैं. And finally, before I come back to Mr. Tejasvi, we will actually have Dr. Chetan, who has a very crucial part in the new educational policy. जहाँ हम लोग skilling, education, employment को integrate कर रहे हैं, so that जो opportunities आजकल है, जो when I was young, that is I started my engineering, इतने opportunity नहीं थे. तभी either you had to be an engineer or a doctor. Engineering में civil, mechanical, electrical, नहीं तो नहीं. Very oddly, I had a bit of other aspects as well. But आजकल you do anything that's an opportunity. But we have something called a bias. आजकल के we see things in a particular style so that हमें opportunity नहीं है करके we block the remaining opportunities. India is a land of opportunities. There's a lot and lot of it. I would now request Mr. Vinod Kenny to throw some light before I come to Dr. Chetan. Vinodji, your views for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And Tejasvi, you set the tone for all of us to talk about the opportunities. And irrespective of what you were actually going to talk about, my opening statement was to say that this is actually the best time to be an entrepreneur in India. This is absolutely the best time to be an entrepreneur in India. And I'll tell you this why. One, we have an amazing policy change that has happened with Startup India, right? The Startup India has actually made it extremely easy in what was earlier a friction, packed world of entrepreneurship in India, right? We have taken out a lot of the friction, a lot of redundant laws, regulations, all have been taken away. We have made it much easier to start businesses. We have made it much easier to actually shut down failed businesses as well. So it's one of the best times to actually do it. And the other things that are also very important from a timing perspective is we have some amazing new technologies that have come up. The India Stack, which is our own UPI, our own banking systems, is way ahead of what's in the rest of the world. And that actually sets the base for a lot of the things that we can do within financial services, technology, all of that. The third is the fact that there is a lot of funding available. I actually come from a VC world, right? I'm actually a venture capitalist. So what do? I fund ideas. I fund entrepreneurs, and I fund and support the growth of entrepreneurship. One of the things I want to leave and make sure that everybody understands is there is an enormous amount of capital, risk capital, that's now available to fund dreams, that fund to entrepreneurs and to fund enterprises. So there is no other time like before at this point for you to all think about actually starting businesses. The other aspect is the fact that now technology is actually helping us really come up with solutions for a lot of the challenges that we have had in India before. And I think that will continue to not only be there for India, but also for the rest of the world. And I'll give you some examples of some of the companies that have invested in, right, which will actually indicate to you the opportunities that exist. I have invested in a space tech company. And the space tech company, going back to what Tejasvi ji said, started by an entrepreneur who was not even a space engineer, right? He actually struggled for 3 years, did sadhana every day, chased people to actually try and make sure that ideas get really accepted. And he's actually using a 3D satellite launcher to launch nano satellites. First one in the world that's come out of India, right? Active participation and support from ISRO for doing what he's doing. The point I'm making is this was actually a problem that was in India, but it's now taken to the point where the rest of the world actually is lining up at his doorstep saying, help me launch satellites. So one of the best times to use technology, there is absolutely amazing digital technologies that are now coming up. You as the youth have the ability to think differently from what my generation thought about, right? So we all thought about it as saying there's a stumbling block. But you, I think, can actually think about saying, how do I really cross that stumbling block? How do I really remove that block or make the path a lot more smoother? And not only for my generation, but for generations to come. So taking that promise, I want you to think about solutions. I want you to think about the way to leverage technology, not just for solving world's problems, but also solving problems, let's say in Hubbali-Dharwad as well. How do I really solve challenges around here as well. How do I really make climate an issue that I can actually solve? Because climate tech is going to impact all of us. So look at opportunities in climate tech. Look at opportunities in water. Water will be a significant challenge for us going forward, right? And I have actually invested into companies that are now going ahead and using bacterial technology to try and filter water. Look at some of those kinds of technologies, and there are technologies that are very easily available, and there are technologies that are very easily accessible, and there are also enough institutions in this country, you know, from the IITs and the Indian Institute of Science to a whole bunch of engineering colleges, which have all started going out and setting up incubators to support entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is one of the best creators of jobs. I know he talked about the whole employment angle, right? Is this an employment opportunity? But it's also an entrepreneurship opportunity, and the opportunity for you to create jobs for people around you. If you look at the history of the world, and if you look at the history of advanced nations, most nations, especially like the United States, and I lived in the US for 18 plus years and came back, you know, to go back to what you said, because the opportunity was more in India. Most countries that have actually gone and developed and become advanced nations have all gone on the back of entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship has created jobs. So for you, it actually is an opportunity to create jobs, not only for yourselves, but also for others. The ability for you to create financial security for yourselves and for people as well. And people like us who are venture capitalists, people like us who actually go and fund risky ideas, we are all there to actually fund some of these ideas. I mean, it's not necessary that you actually have to go out there and say, do I need to mortgage my parents' home? Do I need to go and pledge the family jewelry to start businesses? No. I mean, for almost everything that you actually have an idea, there is capital available, there is capital available. Please utilize that, and please go out there and start really thinking about solutions. Please start thinking about how do I really take technology and leverage that to actually build solutions for some of the problems that we may have, because some of those problems are fairly large. They can actually become big, large businesses. And they can also become profitable businesses. So, like I said, best time to start a business, best time to actually go out there and be an entrepreneur, and the best time to actually go and get funded by a VC like me. Good luck, and I look forward to having an interactive session and answering questions that you may actually have. Specific questions around technologies, I'll be very happy to also answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny. Couple of things I want to educate our audience. One, after this session on the chat, we will be sharing a website that is yuvakarnaja.in, where all the government schemes, one, there's a scheme where you can get up to 2 crore rupee loan, up to 10 lakh without collateral for an entrepreneur. I don't know how many of you know that. एक प्रधानमंत्री का scheme है, where it is 10 lakh rupees any youth can get, 2 crore you can get. I could not get it when I was young. Of course, I didn't have a streak, that's a different thing. So all this information, ये सभी जो भी है information, yuvakarnaja.in web portal में है. आप subscribe कीजिए, Geo Chat download करके NYF 2023, you will get all this information. We are in UAS, Krishi Mahavidyalaya, this is a university, so agri-tech is also growing. I think people should realize that agriculture is the future. सब कुछ रहेगा, खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है. We are coming to that. There's going to be a food shortage, so that's a technology where it's a huge tech space for young people to be in, because a lot of people are leaving their homes, farmers, and they're coming to the urban. So we are also having an imbalance there. In this regard, the new education policy has been framed to encourage the students in all facets of life and skilling. So Dr. Chetan would like to have your views on this, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And also at the same time, it's a challenge to speak after Tejasvi ji, because he has set such a wonderful tone and tenor for the entire discussion. I was telling Vivek ji that after supersonic flights go, the small aircrafts like us will be crushed under his waves that he leaves behind. And the echo is still there, sir, in the hall. So I hope I live up to that So coming to your question, Mukulji, that Mukunji, the NEP, I personally feel, because the endeavor that has gone from 2017 onwards, the startup and digital India that we are also talking about, as Swami Vivekananda ji always said, that whatever endeavor we do, it should be for Lokahita, end of the day. And startup and digital India should be directed towards it. And I strongly believe that education is one such instrument which can translate this endeavor of Lokahita through our 21st century needs and demands. I think that is where I think we are very happy that we are amongst young aspiring minds who are in the system of education. And NEP sets that tone and tenor for the way forward. Firstly, because it sees education as a continuum. One of its kind in the entire history of India, where the modern India, where we see education was seen as watertight compartments. Primary, upper primary, secondary, upper secondary, or post-secondary, and then higher education. But here, we have an advantage thanks to the leadership of the government, who has thought through that NEP must be seen as wherein education is a continuum, because if we really want to bring change in higher education, we have to look into school education and the reforms there. And that is exactly what is currently happening. Based on the national education policy, we have the national curriculum framework, which is being framed with Dr. K. Kasturirangan as the chairman for both. And members still continue. And I think I would urge, and I take this occasion to all the young minds to please Google or YouTube Dr. Manjul Bhargava, who is one of the pioneer in what NEP is already being telling, as well as the national curriculum framework. Manjul Bhargava ji, who is an excellent musician, mathematician, and magician. And his course in Princeton, Math, Music, and Magic, is one of the world's renowned course. I think this is an occasion for all of you to see it as a case in point, as a footnote I would like to share. Secondly, education to learning, that shift that happened. As an insider to the process, and thankfully all the action was happening in Bangalore, the drafting of NEP and now the drafting of NCF, where we saw that in the first few documents, there's emphasis on the word education a lot. And moment you have education as a word in the policy, teachers become the center and students take a back seat. In the new education policy, though the title says that, but the essence is more on learning, which eventually makes it student-centric. And that is where students at this stage of their life must be looking forward to enabling that. Third, along with this learning, what we are seeing is multidisciplinarity, which in Kannada we say Bahusisthina Vyavasthe, which is already there, time-tested in Nalanda Takshashila, and now we are long forgotten because of the colonial rule. We were all children of the Macaulay's education system. I think now NEP wants to undo that and uproot the Macaulay's education system and bring in this multidisciplinarity in its entirety, which will enable startups and the optimal utilization of digital in India, because they are able to apply to the cause of Lokhita, end of the day, because that is the sensitization to looking at management from the perspective of sociology, engineering from the perspective of economics, and vice versa. That's another value add. Finally, as you said, skill. Now, eventually we have been talking about skill as something which is based to linked towards employment. I think now we are moving towards skill, not just towards employment, the shift towards employability, number one, entrepreneurship, as Vivekji said, and more importantly, towards life skills. I think life skills are the one which will keep us alive going forward, because NEP's vision is to see India 2047 as a vibrant nation, a young nation, which is already we are harnessing the demographic dividend that we have. But it gives a pathway to reach to that direction. So life skills and soft skills, which we learn by default while we are at home, while we are at work or at institution. But now it is channelizing it to a much more structured way, so that life skills and soft skills are enabled. And I think all of this will lead to the notion of how we position, and India now having the presidency of G20 with a vision of representing or repositioning the nation today to become a Vishwaguru, as Tejasvi said. We are also conceptualizing education as internationalization at home, right? And it is an aggressive move, because, and our friends from Agriculture University are the best case in point, because there's such an amazing agriculture-related research happening in India, but we end up opening ourselves to the West for them to come and study. So I have a statement to all my young friends, And please take it as a provocation from my side as an educator in the field of education. There is limited or no India-based research on Indian issues by Indians in India. It's very unfortunate. At the same time, there is scope. And I think education has that instrument and the means with this vision of the NEP to bring that perspective together. Instead of fighting towards structural issues, as Niti Aayog also states, 70%, approximately 70% of NEP does not need any government circular orders. For example, making learning joyful and discovery-based. Teachers don't need an order. Students don't need an order from the government. It is our job. It's our obligation. I think that at least we should start doing and making that, seeing that difference. And I think the last and the final component before I open up for questions is the concept of lifelong learning. As they say, learning from cradle to grave. So lifelong learning, what has happened today in Indian context is become lifelong education. Again, we wanted to make it didactic. Again, we want to bring the teacher into the classroom. But learning, which I said earlier, has to. And this we have learned from nation states around us, not from the West. In NEP time also, we were not only looking at UK and US because we had to look at them because our students are going there. But what is not there is what was seen in the countries surrounding us, which is where they anchor on learning, competencies, skills, etc. And last and not the least, value-based education. I think that value-based education is something which the Lokahita, as Swamiji has envisioned a long time ago, and it continues to be part of our living and part of our experience, is where I think it will go forward. With this, I'll rest my thoughts for now, but I'll open for a set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I begin, NSS आपके ही साथी ने जो किए हैं अमृत समुदाय, I would request them to present a 5 minutes presentation very quickly. Mrunal, please come forward. NSS और इधर backstage Bunny, please. You can take the mic and please. Sir, these are from our NSS volunteers from the state. They have done a wonderful job. They are presenting. Unfortunately, we didn't think. So fitting, we'll see how fit we are.
Check. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries on the dais and the audience who are listening to me right now. It's a pleasure for me to present in front of you all. I am Mariam Vasnat Faza, a student of Anupa University, presently pursuing my bachelor's in physiotherapy, and I'm also a student NSS volunteer of Anupa deemed to be university.
I am Vandana Surya Prakash from Yenapoya University, an NSS volunteer representing the NSS unit of Yenapoya.
So today we are here to speak about Amrita Samudaya Abhivriddhi Yojana. Anybody in the audience know what Amrita Samudaya is? Can I see your hands up, please? Thank you. Anyways, let me tell you, it is a 5-year adoption program initiated by Government of India and inaugurated by Chief Minister of Karnataka on the occasion of 75th Independence Day, which is one of the special innovative projects under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This project aims to establish proper health, education, infrastructure, cleanliness, and creating awareness in the localities of impoverished village by the means of sustainable development. I'll ask one more question. You all know what is sustainable development? Can anybody tell? Thank you, ma'am. So sustainable development is a development that meets the need of present generation without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own need. So this project is implemented in 31 districts, 120 taluks, and 750 villages. According to Niti Aayog's Sustainable Development Goal Index of 2020 to 2021, 27% of general population of Karnataka are facing multidimensional poverty. So this 750 villages belong to those multidimensional poverty are under the poverty line. And the families residing in these villages will be benefited from this Amrita project.
Plastic-free pollution is not a choice, but a commitment for life, a commitment for the future generation. let's talk about this very important project that we have been working on called the Pet Brick Project. So the Pet Brick Project is about gathering plastic bottles around the streets where street litter has been caused. And we're trying to collect all the bottles from the streets and trying to make brick bottles so we can use it as an alternative building material to use to build walls and to make flooring. So let me read out to you. PET bottles were gathered, manually sorted by size, then tightly packed with sand and steel. Then the floor and walls of the house will be built using these bottle bricks that have been glued together with cement. Sand-filled bottles are excellent alternative building materials since they are as sturdy as bricks. It offers exceptional value for money as it is pretty cheap, low maintenance, long lifespan that is 15 to 30 years and has very low cost. So talking about it, how many of you all have seen a lot of plastic bottles around the streets? Can I have them raise your hands? Yeah, what do you think is the cause of plastic litter, making, the street litter is so vast? What do you think is the cause? Anybody? Very good. Who told me that? Yeah, very good. It's because it's low cost. Water bottles are like 10 rupees each, right? So you've been like throwing it all around. So we are doing you a favor by picking all of these bottles up, making bottle bricks. So we're filling sand inside the bottle, sealing them tight, and making sure that they're as sturdy as bricks so we can seal them with cement and fix them as walls. Okay, in the modern days, we've been seeing that plastic bottles have been thrown away everywhere. So we've been trying to transform and trying to put a repurpose to plastic bottles. So does anybody know in the crowd what PET means? Why are we calling this plastic bottle PET? Yeah, polyethylene? Completed. Terephthalate. Okay. Yeah, over to you.
Now let's see the program undertaken in these adopted villages, which is nothing but a nutritional program. The beneficiaries of this program is more than 84,000. So the malnutrition is one of the major cause of mortality in India. Concerned with this, government of Karnataka have initiated this multi-nutrient supplement distribution to pregnant women and maldistribution to teens. And there is a public awareness, plastic-free awareness campaign where more than 1.5 lakh of people have benefited from this, and adult literacy program. That is each one teach one. Like that is like you learn, you teach the next person learn, teach the next person. Where 2,000 people have benefited from this, and I'm happy to tell that in the blood donation drive, over 900 units of blood have been collected from Karnataka under this Amrita Samudaya project. And from Anupaya deemed to be university, we have adopted 3 villages under Mangaluru Taluk. So these are the works we done on those villages, which is PET bottle brick project, about which Ms. Vandana already explained. And there is Swachh Grama program, which is nothing but 46 volunteers from Anupaya deemed to be university, Anupaya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management, from 14 January 2020 to 20 January 2020, clean the premises and different areas of all villages, 3 adopted villages, for a period of 1 week. And they also created awareness about the proper waste disposal system. And there is blood donation awareness camp, cancer awareness outreach program, health screening camp, that is screening on diabetes and hypertension. You can see this is the picture of dam construction in Mangaluru and renovated bus stand, which is under Amrita project, which is in Shivamogga. And that is Swachh Grama program. Swachh Grama program by Anupaya deemed to be university. So before I conclude, I would like to thank everyone who gave us this opportunity to speak. And I would like to tell that alone, we do so little. But together, we can do much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. In fact, sir, In fact, this idea came to us from AICT initially, because AICT is giving credits. But those credits were in certain areas, so most of these students were doing very mundane things. Now, when the NSS and the students tied up, we can see a wonderful result. So, what is in it for me? मेरा क्या है, if you say, one is society का improvement हो रहा है, one आपका credit मिल रहा है, आपका course complete हो रहा है. So, it's a win-win-win for all, for Amrit Samadaya. Now, we will open up for questions, but there's a rule. 20 minutes, 10 questions. Whoever gets the mic there, whoever has a cordless mic is there, we will give equal opportunity for all these 3 areas. 10 questions.
Wow.
Because sir, otherwise it goes on. Full. Ladies first.
ಏನು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತನಾ ಈ ತರ ಪ್ರೈಸ್?
ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸರ್, ಮೈಕ್ of course officers
ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
The students, please state your name slowly.
Students, sit down. Please sit down. Good evening, everybody here.
Please sit down, all boys.
I am N. Udayaranjan Gaud, contingent leader for Telangana State.
They will give you chance, please.
So, first of all, I would like to thank our young youth icon, Honorable MP Tejasvi Surya Garu, for addressing this young generation and motivating them and what is their aim to achieve and what their work to see a great and, greater India here. So, in this, as you rightly mentioned, sir, for example, if you give 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer run, and would you run at this age? And they all know the answer. Because young India, it's not in the age. And not in the age, but when you do it, only you can call yourself as very young person. And two questions, sir. One question. I think all the audience over here are from NSS background, and we all come from different states from India. And we are glad to participate in these kind of youth summits where we can have interaction session. But one thing we are not getting here, that as you are implementing, Government of India is implementing NEP. Yeah. Government of India is implementing NEP where they are giving freedom to all the students. But now here all the young students are there. They are also want to participate in all the cultural events, adventurous sports, and they are sitting here in the hall. And they want to aspire, they want to explore themselves in other kind of events as well. So through you, sir, I request the management of this National Youth Festival to give some kind of opportunities for NSS volunteers as well. Thank you.
Only volunteers, please. No program officers. Encourage our volunteers.
Before the question answer session commences,
they will decide. Please sit down. Sit down, please.
I know the Josh is high here for the question answer session, but before the question answer session commences, I would request Harshit from Gujarat and Siddhingal from Andhra Pradesh to assemble near the dais, if they are present. I hand over the floor to you.
Excuse me.
Please bring out your questions.
Yes.
Sir.
Decide.
Will come. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Vasu from Telangana. I am NSS student. Sir, I would like to ask about a sports question, sir. Sir, ours is the biggest population country, and we have lot of facilities with compare other small countries. For suppose comparing to other African countries like Jamaica, there were no minimum facilities for the athletes, but we can see the world famous athletes there. But we have lot of facilities in everywhere and anywhere, but we are not able to get gold medals and much medals in Olympics. What is the reason why we are not getting more medals, and what type of steps we take to for future for better results?
I think Tejasvi ji has asked me to take the first lead, but I'm sure he will add more to it. From the education point of view, unfortunately, sports has become co-curricular and extracurricular. not as curricular. So parents and students and children, both, all of them are not so interested, because on marks card, you don't see sports, how many marks you
Sir,
get for
sir,
sports.
sorry.
Yeah.
Brothers, listen, 1 second. Bhaiya, listen, बैठो भाई. Bhai, बैठो यहाँ. Brother, sit down.
Hello.
सबको मौका मिलेगा, आप बैठिए, please. Brother, you please sit down. You sit down. Listen, can we all do one thing? ये National Youth Festival है, और youth मतलब discipline. है कि नहीं? और अगर एक व्यक्ति, एक बंदा प्रश्न पूछ रहा है, हम सबका दायित्व बनता है कि हम उस प्रश्न का जवाब भी सुनना पड़ेगा. वरना ऐसा लगेगा कि आप प्रश्न पूछने के लिए ही प्रश्न पूछ रहे, आपको जवाब से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है. Will you all also listen to the answer? ठीक है, if need be, I will spend 20 extra more minutes with all of you. But I want all of you to spend this quality time, because the time with Kenny ji, the time with him, this is not something you will get again and again. So please, in a very orderly fashion, ask your questions. And do not waste time on salutations, namaste bolna, ye bolna, necessary नहीं है. सीधा आप अपना प्रश्न पूछिए और ठीक से जवाब सुनिए. Can we do this? All right, done.
Thank you. Yeah, so...
My question is to Tejasvi ji. So...
Madam, एक मिनट.
अरे मैडम, अभी तक मैं यही बोला, जवाब ही नहीं सुन रहे आप. आएंगे आपके पास. एक मिनट बैठिए प्लीज, बैठिए. जी आप बोलिए.
So, friend, it's like that. See, when we are in school, sports is always seen as an extra hour in the timetable, right? And it is not in the curriculum. So now National Curriculum Framework and National Education Policy, both of the documents are emphasizing that sports should be part of curriculum, not extra and co. Because NEP says there is no difference between extra, co and curriculum. All are curriculum. So at least there is some seriousness is going to come in students, more importantly parents, because they are the one who will say that you don't get marks, so don't get into sports mostly. Very few parents who are encouraging. So there is some change, there is some hope coming, and I'm sure there will be a vibrant India 2047 with all these changes coming. This is my quick thought.
I have a different take because we don't need to repeat the same. यहाँ generally we spend less time on sports as youth. Passion होना चाहिए. Abroad they spend a lot of time on running, exercise and other things. That is something we need to inculcate. So ये सवाल अपने ऊपर जाता है कि how much time are we spending on doing anything. So that's it.
Sir, when in India, the oldest civilization, Sindhu civilization exists, USA did not had any kind of civilization. But as you said, soon we will be beating USA. But even after 75 years of independence, we are not able to beat USA. It may be in terms of GDP, whatever. So what is the reason behind it, sir?
Ma'am, please tell your name.
Myself, Aishwarya.
Thank you. The questions which are being posed, please mention your name before the question. Thank you.
मुझे आंसर करना है? अच्छा. Let me, at the cost of not sounding political, I want to give you a very factual answer. I was in Tripura a week ago, और मुझे पता नहीं आप में से कितने लोग मुझे सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो करते हैं. आप नहीं करते हो तो प्लीज़ कीजिए, ठीक है? लाइक, सब्सक्राइब और फॉलो, ठीक है? नाउ, I had posted a video on my social media of me interacting with the Chief Minister of Tripura. He and I were going in a train and he was, ऐसे गपशप मार रहे थे. वो बहुत अच्छा गायक भी है, वो गा रहे थे. And then एक बच्ची आई, छोटी लड़की, और ऐसे बात करते हुए she thanked the Chief Minister. And I asked the CM as to why she is thanking him. So the CM said, हम ट्रेन सर्विस शुरू किए इसलिए वो धन्यवाद दे रही है. So I asked, I thought that maybe a new train is introduced in that line and that's why the child is, भैया बैठो यार, अब मौका मिलेगा next, बैठो. Maybe he will get maybe that is the reason why she is thanking. But to my utter shock, the Chief Minister told me that for the first time, Tripura got train connectivity only in 2020. So can you believe that there is a state in India that even after 70 years of independence, got rail connectivity for the first time after 7 long years? My question then was, so suppose a young person wants to take his mother or father or somebody old in the family to a hospital. What do? They said the capital of Tripura is Agartala. Agartala से 16-17 घंटे रास्ते पे ट्रैवल कर गुवाहाटी जाना पड़ेगा और गुवाहाटी से 2 दिन के लिए 3 दिन के लिए ट्रेन में जाना पड़ेगा बैंगलोर, पुणे या चेन्नई. It was only after Narendra Modi became Prime Minister of this country that Tripura got rail connectivity for the first time. If this was the state of our infrastructure, if this was how we had built institutions and infrastructure that would have created growth in this country, if we had neglected basic essential infrastructure for so long, how can we beat the USA? I want all of you to watch an interview that's available on YouTube. Watch an interview of Narayan Murthy ji on how he struggled to build Infosys, of how it was difficult for him at that time and age to even import basic computers at the time of starting up Infosys. So for 70 years, we followed policies which shackled our people, did not allow young Indians to explore their true potential, did not invest in creating ports, in roads, in infrastructure that would have created this virtuous cycle of economic growth. How can we beat any country? Forget USA. I will tell you that it was in 2014 when the young of India decided that it is enough and brought Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister, that India finally and truly got political, economic, social and cultural independence. That's why 2014 marks the birth of new India. And that's why in the next 25 years, thanks to all the enabling platform that has been kept and built, India is ready for takeoff. And we are the generation which will pilot this India's takeoff.
Namaskar, sir.
1 second.
Hello.
It's very interesting to listen to his perspective coming from an entrepreneur, because the question is directly related to one of that.
So to add to what Tejasvi said, I lived in the US for 18 years and I saw that development there. And I'm back here and I'm glad I'm back here. One of the reasons, as he mentioned, was the policies. 25 years ago, I was part of a very young team that was trying to bring Intel into India. And I'm sure all of you here know what Intel is. The challenges in actually having them come to India was so great that they just gave up and said, we'll go to China, because China had much more easier policies. So there are 2 things that are very important. One is the attitude and the ability to look for solutions and then say, let me try and build an entrepreneurial ecosystem. I'm a very strong believer, and that's also one of the reasons why, and I mentioned this when I was speaking, one of the reasons why the US and some of the advanced nations have done really well is because they have promoted entrepreneurship. They have promoted innovation. And innovation entrepreneurship does what? It creates not only jobs, but it also brings development. And when that happens, the standard of living of people also improves and increases. And that's the way we are also now starting to do that now. And I think going forward, it's India's time, and we will actually start seeing that happen to the point where we will actually start leaving a lot of the other countries behind.
सर नमस्कार, मेरा नाम है गणपत माखने, मैं महाराष्ट्र से आया हूँ. तेजस्वी सर, मैं आपसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. आज के युवाओं को
सर, you are program officer or volunteer, sir? Hello, sir. You are program officer or volunteer?
नहीं सर, मैं स्टूडेंट हूँ, वॉलंटियर हूँ.
ओके, बात करो सर.
सर, मैं महाराष्ट्र से हूँ, गणपत माखने मेरा नाम है. मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ सर, आज के युवाओं को राजनीति में आना चाहिए या ना आना चाहिए? आना चाहिए तो क्यों आना चाहिए, और नहीं आना चाहिए तो क्यों नहीं आना चाहिए। ये क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे क्यों पूछना चाहता हूँ ये भी आपको बता देता हूँ। मैं महाराष्ट्र से आया हूँ। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में मैं वारकरी संप्रदाय से रिलेटेड हूँ, मैं कीर्तनकार हूँ, संत तुकाराम महाराज के परंपरा का हूँ। मैं विलेज में जाता हूँ, हर गांव में मैं माता पिता को पूछता हूँ, अरे आपके बच्चों को आप क्या बनना पसंद करते हो, आपका बच्चा क्या बनना चाहता है। तो वो माता पिता बोलते हैं कि मेरा बच्चा डॉक्टर बनना चाहिए, मेरा बच्चा इंजीनियर बनना चाहिए। लेकिन सर आज तक का मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन ऐसा है कि किसी भी माँ बाप ने ऐसा नहीं कहा कि मेरा बेटा तेजस्वी सर जैसा एक बहुत बढ़िया और लोकप्रिय सांसद बनना चाहिए। सर मेरा क्वेश्चन यह है, आप प्लीज आंसर दीजिए।
बहुत धन्यवाद। उनको दीजिए भैया, वो बहुत आक्रोशित हो रहा है, उनको दीजिए। आएंगे नेक्स्ट, बिल्कुल। माइक नहीं है तो मैं खुद वहां आ जाऊंगा, ठीक है। चलिए, लिसन टू द आंसर नाउ। भैया बैठो यार प्लीज सर, और ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಶಾಂತ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂರಿಸಿ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Yes, please sit down. You don't want an answer for this? अच्छा, now listen friends, राजनीति में आना या और राजनीति से इंटरेस्टेड रहना, इस दोनों में बहुत फर्क है. My first request to all of you is that I want all of you to show an active interest in political developments. Why? There is a very interesting saying. It says, you may choose not to be interested in politics, but you do not have the choice to not be affected by the outcome of politics. Did you understand? Let me repeat this again. You may choose not to be interested in politics, but you do not have the choice to not be affected by the outcome of politics. Let me give an example. If you are a student who aspires to be, like he said, a sports person, if the government of the day makes policies which creates an artificial distinction between sporting achievement and academic achievement, as an aspiring sports person, you will be affected. If you are an aspiring cultural enthusiast like you, if the government of the day, in the name of secularism and etc., practices a perverse form of ideology which discriminates native traditions and indigenous traditions, then you will not be getting the right cultural space and opportunities that you will need. From economics to culture, sports to innovation, entrepreneurship to employment, politics affects every aspect of the society. Therefore, it is very important for young people to be interested and also invested in politics. Now, does that mean I want all of you to leave your ambitions of becoming a sports person, entrepreneur, a business leader, and कल से सुबह कुर्ता पैजामा पहन के राजनेता बन जाए? नहीं. The society needs more engineers, more business people, both more value creators than lawyers or political leaders, because they are the real wealth creators. But now, the first thing that I want all of you to do is, before you dream of contesting an election, I want all of you to register as voters and vote in every election, because by voting, you are putting your voice on a pedestal. Through vote, you are registering your vote. You are registering your voice. आप में से कितने लोग वोटर रजिस्ट्रेशन किए हैं? बहुत बढ़िया. How many times have you voted till now? 2 times, 3 times? बहुत बढ़िया. Come what may on voting day. पहला मतदान, बाद में जलपान. That should be the motivation of of all of you to go and vote. Now, in case some of you are interested in getting into electoral politics, it is very good and very encouraging. And let me tell you that politics, just like economics, is getting more and more democratized in this country. Again, thanks to the Prime Minister and to my political party. This is the political party which does not ask you what is your surname, whether your father was in politics, whether your mother was in politics, and whether you will inherit their political legacy. Just like India is today creating first-generation business entrepreneurs, the country is also creating first-generation political leaders who come from very normal non-political families. So, आप में से किसी को भी राजनीति में एक्टिवली आने के लिए मन है, सेवा करने के लिए मन है, तो आप आ सकते हैं and show interest in pursuing a career in politics. But again, there is a caveat I would want to put. Before you want to join politics electorally, full-time, jo bhi, spend a good amount of time, 8 years, 10 years at least, pursuing some profession, whether it is, if you are a doctor, whether you are an engineer, whether you are a startup entrepreneur, do something for 10 years, prove something there, stand on your own feet, and then come to politics. Politics should never be your primary source of income or earning, because politics आप खुद के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप politics आप देश के लिए कर रहे हैं, दूसरों के लिए कर रहे हैं. Therefore politics में आना है तो आप सेवा भाव से आना है, देने के लिए आना है, लेने के लिए नहीं. So if you have that mindset, then come to politics. Please.
Hi sir, myself Varada. I'm from Kerala. I'm a graduation student. And the age from 18 to 22 are the best time to think and innovate ideas and entrepreneurship things. As most of the Indian students are in the higher education institutions through the best time of their lifetime. And so there is no proper working of IIC and also the incubation systems for entrepreneurship and intervention ideas. We have no freedom to execute our ideas and entrepreneurship things in our higher education campuses. So our ideas were reaching only to the prototype stage. So what system can make our higher education system to a entrepreneurship or innovations friendly one?
So I think there is a fair amount of entrepreneurial development at the college levels. I mean, that's what you were asking about. And there is a lot of that is starting to happen. So one of the qualities of being an entrepreneur is never giving up. Just because my college doesn't have an entrepreneurial incubator or doesn't really support me, should not necessarily mean that you can't do it. There are enough private incubators, there are enough non-profit incubators, there are enough people out there. If you actually go out and look, information is very democratized, right? Information is freely available. Where can you go and get help? There is a lot of that available. The state governments, a lot of the departments actually have proactive programs to really support this. So go out and look to and talk to people, and then try and start looking at programs that can actually support whatever entrepreneurial ambitions you have, right? I talked about one of the companies I invested in. That entrepreneurs spent years actually trying to find the right partners and the right people before you could actually get started. So one of the things is, just because your college doesn't have it or may not necessarily have it now doesn't mean you should actually stop looking at it. That's one. Second is, just because you're focused on education doesn't necessarily mean to say you can't look at this outside of your education. As part of your educational curriculum, you would have actually come across problems. So when you're coming across problems, look for solutions for those, and those can actually become an idea that you can actually take on to go and start a business.
How many of you know there is an incubator in this campus that you're staying in? How many of you know that? Very few. Basically, we have a huge incubator system in Karnataka, at least I speak for Karnataka. We have a good incubator system, both private, both government. We have COE. Again, like I said, please visit yuvakanajar.in where we will be popularizing. You can make use of it. For the youth of Karnataka, please do visit this, and you can benefit from various schemes of incubation, both private and otherwise. Thank you.
I am Abhinandan from Karnataka State Law University, sir. During the year 1917, Rupee 1 was introduced in India. At that time, when we compare our Indian currency standard with US standard, it was equal to 0.09 rupees. And during independence, in the year 1947, it was equal to 4.16 rupees. And currently, if you look, it is about 81.35 rupees. Like, what would you suggest? I request you kindly to suggest some measures so that India, we call it, has to become as the world leader, Vishwa Guru. So what we are endeavoring to become. Could you please suggest any measures so that we can reach $1, which is equal to 1 rupees, and without decreasing the inflation rate, which is less than 6 rupees, 6%. Thank you so much.
So let me answer that from a financial or from a business perspective. If you look in history and you look at some of the countries that have developed and risen really fast over the last few decades, especially if you look at what we call as Asian tigers, Malaysia, Korea, Singapore, all of these, what is it that they have actually done in order to also not only develop, but also for their currencies to actually be strong? One is an export-oriented growth.
It's a major issue for.
And that's one thing that we are now starting to think about, right? Look at these new programs around, really encouraging manufacturing. Manufacturing not just necessary for our own consumption, but manufacturing from an export perspective. So when you start thinking about all of those, what really impacts these whole rupee versus dollar is not just the question of what we are doing internally, but what we are doing globally as well. The moment our goods and products and services are starting to get exported more and more, and we start gaining really a global domination or a global market leadership position, then you'll also start seeing the moderation in that whole exchange rate. And for that to happen, more export-oriented growth, more export-oriented businesses also need to start, which also means that I go back to this, right? Entrepreneurship is not necessarily just building companies for India. There are a lot of companies that got built in India and have all gone abroad and overseas. Zoho is a classic example of one. Build things like that. And those are the ones that will actually help at least address this whole issue of what you think is the rupee to dollar exchange issue.
Namaskar, sir. Myself Dikshita Bora. I'm from Assam Guwahati University NSS volunteer. मेरा ये क्वेश्चन सूर्या सर से है कि हमारे देश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लॉ का होना जरूरी है क्या? और ये जरूरी है तो देश का क्या फायदा होगा? Thank you.
बहुत बढ़िया और एक तरफ से कंट्रोवर्शियल भी क्वेश्चन आपने पूछ लिए है. यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड देश के एक संवैधानिक दायित्व है सरकारों के ऊपर. इट्स अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशन. यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्या होता है? What is the gist of uniform civil code? That in a modern democracy, every citizen must be governed and ruled under a common set of laws. That is the gist of uniform civil code. That people should not be discriminated on the basis of the religion that they follow. So if you are a Muslim or a Christian or a Hindu or a Parsi or whichever religion, if you are a citizen of India, all must follow the same kind of civil laws. This is the gist of uniform civil code. इसमें कुछ problem है आपको लगता है? Today I'll give you an example. There is a common uniform criminal law in India. Correct? I want to ask you a question. आप मुझे बताइए. If there is a, say, some pickpocket that happens, some theft that happens in your neighborhood, and if the thief gets caught, okay, does the police ask, ये हिंदू है या क्रिश्चियन है, and then do they decide whether he has to put 420 case, 432 case, do they do it? करते नहीं करते? अगर मर्डर हो गया, if somebody has committed murder, if is a person who has committed murder, will he be prosecuted based on whether he is a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim? सबको सजा मिलता है एक ही तरफ से, correct? In the same way, in matters of inheritance, in matters of property, in matters of marriage, in matters of adoption, in all of these civil matters also, there must be a similar code, similar law, where everybody comes and follows the same law. This is what is the essence behind Uniform Civil Code. Is there any problem with this? Should be done, right? This is what the constitutional founding fathers also, in the directive principles of state policy, enjoined upon the governments to implement. Right? This is what is Uniform Civil Code. And this has been a commitment of our party. And whenever the right time comes, my party and my government will definitely do this, because it's a constitutional commitment. It is our party's manifesto commitment.
Sir. Namaste, sir. Sir. This is Nitin from Hubbali, sir. Sir.
Sir. Yelli.
Hello.
Sir, namaste, sir.
This is Nitin from Hubbali, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Home ground. We have to give one Hubbali.
Sir. Yeah.
Yes, ask
Sir.
your question, brother.
Namaste, sir. Sir, we have a famous song called Ellaru Maduvudu Ottegagi Tundu Battegagi. We are here in the Youth Summit, we are just talking about the prosperity, and sir has quoted a 10-second called we lack behind the food, where agro industry plays a vital role. And I have just 3 questions for each one of the dignitaries. First is, what is the entrepreneurship role in agro? And second is, where we are lacking, that is youths going behind technology and lacking behind agro, or parents doing the wrong, making their children's engineers and doctors, and is government doing the wrong thing, just not fully supporting the agro team? And my third question is, in this Karnataka, we have just minimum amount of agriculture-based universities. Is there any new educational law coming about the agro in school levels? Thank you.
Thank you. Very great question, and thank you for the question, because we needed something to answer. Technology plays a very important role. For example, in agriculture, IoT is the biggest game changer now. I don't know how many of you want to even use agriculture. The problem with agriculture generally is, I'm sure Mr. Kenny will shed more light on it. The rate of return is a bit longer than you can expect. But once it gets starting, it won't stop. That is the main factor here, is how do you do intelligent and smart agriculture? How do you do integrated farming? How do you leverage technology? I don't know how many of you even know that the government sends out SMS alerts every day on the temperature of the day or the rainfall of the day. I don't know how many people you know. University of Agricultural Sciences, from the government side, government can play only a limited part of it. Government is a part of the system. We are the other part, the citizen. There's a pesticide, application for pesticide. Corporates are giving free. How many people of you, if I say are using WhatsApp and Facebook, everybody will raise your hands. If I say how many people are using an app that is useful to them, whether it's a PMKVY app or a Kaushal Karnataka app, half of you will not even raise your hand. So please start using these things to educate yourself. There's a crop-in-crop app, free app. I don't know how many people in agriculture have even downloaded this. So my suggestion to everybody is, social media has fun, digital is fun. Please start downloading those apps which are also relevant to you. Morning I had told you about GeoChat and NYF 2023. I don't know how many of you have downloaded now. Within now you would have seen about 100 WhatsApp messages, Facebook messages, posted, retweeted. Please use some tools that are useful to us so that we can communicate to us, we can also reach out to you. This is my part. I will now hand it over to Dr. Chetan.
In the National Curriculum Framework, from grade 6th onwards, agriculture is one component which will be part of the holistic progress card of the student who is going to go from 6th onwards to higher secondary. So that is one important component. But what is important is that that experience should be locally contextualized. It cannot be imposed like some practices of North India to be practices and the South India to be brought in. But agriculture, which is rooted in local context, will be part of the holistic progress card of the child, as on the National Curriculum Framework 2022-23. Just for your information.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅಂತ, ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು. ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯು ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದ ಬಂಡವಾಳವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರ್ತಾನೆ ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹಾಗೂ ನೀವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೀವನದಿಂದನೇ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೀವನದ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್?
ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೀವನದ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ನೀನೇನೆಯಪ್ಪ. ನಮಗಿಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ನಿನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನೀನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀನು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಟ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೋಸ್ who don't understand Kannada. He asked me, during student life, what investment do we have? It's not easy to have investment when we are students.
ಸರ್, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ?
ಏನನ್ನ?
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸರ್ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಸರ್, ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೀವನದ ಬಂಡವಾಳನ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಸರ್?
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. The biggest investment that you can make when you are a student is in yourself. You are your own biggest investment. So learn skills. ನಿನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿನ್ನ ಫಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಯು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅ ಬೆಟರ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್. ಸೊ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲೇ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇರೋದು. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ವೆರಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ 5:15 and ನನ್ನ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಂದಿದೆ. ನಾ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
Hello.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಅಭಿರಾಮ್ from Haveri sir.
Please understand sir, I have a problem from.
Good evening sir.
Sir, I have a problem of youth. Please sir understand.
One question sir, last question.
Sir, one last question please understand sir. Sir, मैं झारखंड से आया हुआ हूँ और मैं झारखंड के विषय में एक आपको प्रॉब्लम बताना चाह रहा हूँ. हमारे यहाँ से ज़रा सा प्रॉब्लम आई है जो कि मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूँ. मेरा नाम रिकेश कुमार भारद्वाज हुआ. मैं झारखंड टीम से आया हुआ हूँ सर. और वहाँ पे सबसे मेजर इशू है सर डिजिटल इंडिया को जो आप बता रहे हैं उसके विषय में. वहाँ छोटे छोटे गांव हैं, अलग अलग गांव में सर हम लोग कैसे इस चीज़ को पहुँचाएंगे? मेजर इशू ये है. और एक इशू है सर कि हमारे यहाँ से हेलो सर सर बोलना मैं यही चाह रहा हूँ कि वहाँ से हम लोग झारखंड के 100 वॉलंटियर्स को सर यहाँ असाइन किया गया था, बट झारखंड गवर्नमेंट की वजह से सिर्फ हम 3 आए हैं, वो भी अपनी फ्लाइट से. सर प्लीज टेक अ एक्शन विद दिस.
ठीक है भाई, ठीक है. Done. No, it's a serious issue.
Okay sir, it's a serious issue.
भैया,
yes sir,
it's a serious issue.
Yes sir.
मैं इसको रेज करूँगा ठीक forums में.
Yes sir.
And be rest assured, I'm going to take this up seriously.
Yes sir.
धन्यवाद.
Namaste sir.
Good evening sir.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಅಭಿರಾಮ್ ಅಂತ sir from
I would
Karnataka sir.
request Dr.
Sir last question sir. Last question sir.
Excuse me sir.
Sir last.
May I please
last
pose my
sir.
question?
I will come down and we will talk in person.
Sir last question.
I would
मेरा
request
flight छूट
Dr.
जाएगा भाई.
Please sir last question.
बहुत धन्यवाद.
Last question sir.
I would
Sir,
request
last
Dr. Shalini Rajneesh ma'am to please come on the dais and present the memento to Honorable MP Shri Tejasvi Surya.
Please sit down. Please sit down. You have time. Please sit down. Please be seated. We have some instructions. Please be seated. Please, volunteers, program officer, take your volunteer charge.
I would request others
Hello.
to present the
Please.
memento to Chetan Singhal ji.
Please sit down. Volunteer.
Guys, please.
Further,
We
I
are
would
giving some
request
instructions. Please be seated.
Siddhingal ji of Andhra Pradesh to present the memento to Shri Vinod Kendi ji.
Don't move, volunteers. Don't move. Nehru Yuva Kendra is starting a small office here for receiving your TA bills. I am giving some instructions. Please be seated. Once again, I am announcing NYK is starting here a office for your TA disbursement. That's why they are coming here. Please be seated. Don't move, volunteers, come back, please. Program officers, please come forward. POs, please come here. Program officers, we have a small meeting and instructions. Please, madam. Shroti ji. Shroti ji. NSS program officers, please come forward here. We have adventure programs. NYK volunteers for your TA disbursement. Nehru Yuva Kendra officers are coming here. Please be seated here only.
NSS volunteers, please make
एनएसएस के
space.
जितने भी
Please
प्रोग्राम
make
ऑफिसर्स
space
अपने स्वयंसेवक के साथ
for the
आए हैं
guest.
वे यहीं रुकेंगे, उनके साथ में मीटिंग और कल के प्रोग्राम को चेकआउट करना है,
प्रताप,
ठीक है नहीं? और आपकी क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, कुछ ऐसा विषय है तो उसको भी अपन
प्रताप,
आज
please make space.
रखेंगे उसमें और उसके बाद कल उस पर एक्शन लेंगे, ठीक है बेटा? सभी रुक जाओ यहीं पे.
Volunteers, this is not a way. Please come back. Please come back.
NSS ಬಗ್ಗೆ
NSS program officers also.
we are always so proud of NSS, and we want everybody to learn from NSS. Some of you are not happy to be here in the Youth Summit.
Madam, please.
You don't want Youth Summit to continue? You don't want Youth Summit to continue? Then if you tell the guests that as if you have been imprisoned to be kept here, what you are gaining, you know that others are not gaining. And tomorrow you will be in a position to tell 100 things to your 100 colleagues. This is what new I learned. Nobody is stopping you to attend cultural events, adventure sports. I will create special slots for you. Go and do mountain biking, go and do all kinds of wall climbing, whatever you want. Evening, 6 o'clock onwards, enjoy the cultural evening. All states people are doing. Go and, it's only some 2 hours, 3 hours for your development. It is not for, if you think that this is for our benefit, you tell me, I'll close it. But in the open meeting, if somebody says that we have been made to sit here and we are not enjoying the cultural event, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear this. Again and again, organizers are telling you, please follow discipline. There is a system. Not everybody. If this is the way you're thronging, what our guests are going to take the image of our NSS students. I'm not just talking about Karnataka. I'm talking about all NSS, National Service Scheme, which says its motto is, not me but you. What are we doing? Not you but me. I have to ask the question. Something is wrong, I think, in our training capacity building of NSS volunteers. We talk big, but we are not doing what we are saying. Are you truly NSS volunteers? I'm getting my doubts. Are you all NSS volunteers? Show me your hand. You're all NSS volunteers? Keep your hand down. Please show those who are not NSS volunteers. Has somebody forced you? ಯಾರು ಕರ್ಕೊ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕಂತ? Are you from Karnataka? No, you're not an NSS volunteer, but you came with your own choice, or somebody forced you? NYK forced you? Forced you? Jabardasti? No. You came by your choice. Why? You wanted to learn something new? This kind of information you got in your college, in your state, you got this information earlier? Did you get this? Which bhasha, which language I should talk to you? Are you able to understand me, blue shirt? Hindi. ऐसा पैनल, ऐसी डिस्कशन आपके कॉलेज में, आपकी स्टेट में मिला आपको पहले? ज़्यादा अच्छा मिल रहा है ना? तो ये आपके लिए खास बनाया। आपको मालूम है कितना परिश्रम करना पड़ा हमारे को इन लोगों को लाने में, एक एक आदमी को यहाँ लाने में। ये लोग सब बहुत बहुत हाई लेवल के लोग हैं।
Hello. Yeah. ಸಿಂಗಾರ ಸಿರಿಯೇ ಅಂಗಾಲಿನರೆ ಮಂದಾರ ಆಗೆ ಬಾ ಮಾಯೆ ಗಾಂಧಾರಿಯಂತೆ ಕಣ್ಮುಚ್ಚು ಹೊಂಗನ ಸರಸು ಛಾಯೆ ಮಂದಹಾಸ ಆಹನಾಲು ಮೇಯ ಶ್ರಾವಣ ಮಾಸ ಯಾಂಗೆ ಮೌನದ ಸಾರಂಗೆ ಮೋಹನ ಮಧರಂಗೆ ಕನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದೆ ಮುಂಗುರುಳ ಸೋಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವ ಮಂದಾರವೇ ಕಂಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಡ ಹೇಳದೆ ನಾನೇತಕ್ಕೆ ನಿನ ಹೇಳಲಿ ನಿನ ಮೈಯ ತುಂಬ ಕಣ್ಣಿಡೆ ಮನದಾಲದ ರಸಮಂಜರಿ ನಂಗೇರಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿದೆ ಬಿಸು ಮಾಟಿನ ಪಂದ್ಯಾವಳಿ ಆಕಾಶವಾಣಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸಂಜೆಯ ಕೆನ್ನಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು ನಾಚಿಗೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಮನದ ಮಗು ಹತ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಕೊಂಡಾಟವ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣೋ ಹೂಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಕೇಳುತ್ತಿದೆ ಬಣ್ಣಯ ನೆರಳ ಬಂಧಿಸಲು ప్రతి ఋతువున పూలే పూసే అరుదైన కొమ్మవు నువ్వే. బ్రతుకంతా చీకటి చిందే అమావాసై నేనే ఉంటే కలిసావే కలిగించావే దీపావళి కలనే జాబిల్లే. నీ వెనకే నడిచేనే నీ వన్నెల నడిగేనే నీ వన్నెల నడిగేనే. అందాల నీ కంటి కాటుకతో పైవాడే రాసే ఇతనో की लव स्टोरिया केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया पिया. रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में रहना सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं. मग मग सरीगा मापा मग सरीगा दनी माग सा. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, check. Hey, check. Hey, check.
Hello.
Hello.
ఇక్కడ విచ్చేసినటువంటి
మరి హలో ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసినటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా మా బుర్రకథ కళా బృందం ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ మరి జానపద కళల్లో తలమానికమైనటువంటి కళారూపం బుర్రకథ మరి కార్యక్రమానికి విచ్చేసిన అందరికీ మా కళా బృందం తరపున కళాభివందనాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
స్వాతంత్ర్యపు సమరయోధులందరికీ అభివందనం. స్వరాజ్యాన్ని సాధించిన ధీరుల అభివందనం. వందే మాతరమమ్మ భారత జనని వందనమమ్మ వాణి భారతావని.
వందే మాతరమమ్మ భారత జనని వందనమమ్మ వాణి భారతావని.
అహింసయే పరమ ధర్మమని చాటెను గాంధీజీ.
అహింసయే పరమ ధర్మమని చాటెను గాంధీజీ.
ఆశయాలు సాధించే గాంధేయులం మనము.
ఆశయాలు సాధించే గాంధేయులం మనం.
విశ్వశాంతి కోరిన తొలి భారతదేశపు నేత.
విశ్వశాంతి కోరిన తొలి భారతదేశపు నేత.
నెహ్రూజీ మార్గమే మా జేయం మన జేయం. వందే మాతరమమ్మ భారత జనని వందనమమ్మ వాణి భారతావని. వీర భగత్ నేతాజీ అంబేద్కరు రాజాజీ.
వీర భగత్ నేతాజీ అంబేద్కరు రాజాజీ.
పటేలు లజపతి శాస్త్రి గురు గోవింద్ గోఖలే.
పటేలు లజపతి శాస్త్రి గురు గోవింద్ గోఖలే.
కన్నెగంటి హనుమంతు టంగుటూరి అల్లూరి.
టంగుటూరి అల్లూరి.
పింగళి వెంకన్న వీర పాణ్యకట్ట బ్రహ్మన్న.
పింగళి వెంకన్న వీర పాణ్యకట్ట బ్రహ్మన్న.
వరపుత్రుల గల్టివమ్మ వారికి నీరాజనాలు. వందే మాతరమమ్మ భారత జనని వందనమమ్మ
భయపడుతున్నారు.
ఏమిటది? వాళ్ళందరూ ధైర్యంగా ఉన్నారు, నువ్వే భయపడ్డావు.
నాదేమన్నా భయపడే వంశం అనుకున్నావా?
ఏ కాదా?
మా వంశంలో మా తాత ముత్తాతల పేర్లు చెప్తే దిశలు తెల్లారిపోతాయి.
అబ్బో, వీళ్ళ తాతల పేర్లు చెప్తే దిశలు తెల్లారిపోతాయట.
దిశలు తెల్లారుతాయి.
మరి నీ పేరు చెప్తే
కాపీ సల్లారుతాయి.
ఏమిటయ్యా మాటలు?
ఇదిగో అమ్మ, మీరు వచ్చారు, నన్ను తెచ్చారు. జనాభా వెయిటింగ్ ఏంటి, మొక్కల కోటింగ్ ఏంటి, షూటింగ్ ఏంటి, లైటింగ్ ఏంటి, స్టేజ్ మీద మన ఫైటింగ్ ఏంటి? వాళ్ళు ఎందుకు వచ్చారు, మీరు ఎందుకు వచ్చారు, నన్ను తెచ్చారు.
అయితే చూడు నాయనా, యూత్ ఫెస్టివల్ అంటే మన యువకులందరూ కూడా ఆనందంగా జరుపుకునేటువంటి పండుగగా,
చక్కనైనటువంటి పండుగను
నేడు ఎంతో చక్కగా మన భారత ప్రభుత్వం చక్కగా నిర్వహించడం జరిగింది. దాంట్లో మన యొక్క సాంస్కృతిక కళ బుర్రకథ చెప్పడానికి వచ్చావు అబ్బాయి.
బుర్రకథ చెప్తారా? బుర్రకథ అంటే అర్థం ఎవరికైనా తెలుసా అండి?
నీకు తెలుసా?
నాకు బ్రహ్మాండంగా తెలుసు.
ఏమిటి
బుర్రకథ అంటే?
బుర్రకథ అంటే
బుర్రలేనోడు చెప్పేదా బుర్రకథ?
ఏమిటా మాటలు?
బుర్రకథ అంటే అర్థం ఏమిటమ్మా?
బుర్రకథ అంటే ఈ మానవుడు బుర్రలో ఉండేటువంటి గుప్పిడి మెదడికి పదును పెట్టి హృదయాల్ని కదిలింపజేసే అన్ని జానపద కళల్లో తలమానికమైంది బుర్రకథ.
మీరు బుర్రకథ చెప్తారు, మాకు నచ్చే కథ, మా జనాభంతా మెచ్చే కథ అడుగుతాను, చెప్తారా?
తప్పకుండా చెప్తాను, అడుగు.
ఆంజనేయునికి హనుమంతుడికి యుద్ధం చెప్పండి.
ఆంజనేయులన్న హనుమంతుడన్న ఇద్దరు ఒకలే.
వినాయకుడికి విఘ్నేశ్వరుడికి యుద్ధం చెప్పండి.
వినాయకుడన్న విఘ్నేశ్వరుడన్న వాళ్ళిద్దరు ఒకరే.
వాళ్ళిద్దరూ ఒకటేనని, వీళ్ళిద్దరూ ఒకటేనని మా ఆవిడ నాకు ఎప్పుడు చెప్పలేదు.
అదే అసలు విషయం. వీళ్ళ ఆవిడ చెప్తే కానీ ఇతనికి ఏ విషయం తెలియదండి.
మా ఆవిడ చదువుకుంది.
ఒక్క చదువు విషయంలోనే కాదు, నేటి సమాజంలో
మా
ఆడవాళ్ళు
ఆడవాళ్ళు
అన్ని రంగాల్లో ముందుకెళ్తున్నారు.
అందుకే మా మగవాళ్ళంతా ముందుకెళ్తున్నారు.
ఏమిటయ్యా మాటలు?
ఆడవాళ్ళు ముందు నేర్చుకున్నారు, మగవాళ్ళు ముందు నేర్చుకున్నారు.
ఆడవాళ్ళు ముందుకు వెళుతున్నారంటే ఒక యాక్టర్ గా, డాక్టర్ గా, కలెక్టర్ గా, కండక్టర్ గా అన్ని రంగాల్లోని ఆడవాళ్ళు ముందే.
ఆడవారు ముందే.
ఒక్క విషయంలో చెప్పాలంటే
అమ్మ
అంటే ఎవరు?
నాన్న